These guys are all Thank you. Please be seated. Everybody's ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Whatever you want. I'm getting some reverb up here. Audio.
Did you not mute that phone?
Did you do that?
No.
That's what it is.
The phone?
Yeah. We run up there and do that.
Before we proceed, I'll let this to happen.
I hear it. You hear it?
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear, case CR 35-21-0815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Rugby, and Mr. Coleman and Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. We are outside the presence of the jury at this point. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury back? Nothing from the state. Mr. Rugby. Let's go ahead and we'll return the jury. All results. All right, thank you. Welcome back. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you've had a restful evening. By way of update, we believe we have the air conditioning issues worked out. It's much cooler in here this morning than it was when we left yesterday afternoon, and we hope it stays that way. When we broke for the day yesterday, the state was in the process of presenting evidence and witnesses. Mr. Coleman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Brian Erickson.
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this matter should be the truth and the truth alone?
I'm going to ask you to hold that microphone close, and if you would state and spell your name for the record, please.
It's Brian Erickson, Erickson.
Mr. Coleman, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Morning,
Where do you currently work?
Lewiston Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Lewiston Police Department?
Over 23 years.
And you are currently a detective?
Yes.
Have you had any other positions as a police officer?
I've been a patrol officer and a student resource officer
How long have you been a detective?
the past 11 years.
Do you have any certifications in the state of Idaho?
Yes.
Certifications to hold?
I have a master's certificate.
And talk to us a little bit about the experience or the training that you've had to become a detective.
I've had training in interview and interrogation, homicide and question death investigation, sexual assault investigation, forensic pathology. I've had training in child abuse investigation, domestic violence, and stalking. But primarily my training is focused around homicide and question death investigation and crime scene processing and reconstruction.
And I guess with regards to that part of your primary training, have you had opportunity to put that to use in the field?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've been involved in those kind of investigations?
In homicide investigations,
Homicides, questionable death.
well over 100.
Were you working in your current capacity on February 5th of 2021?
Yes.
Were you working on that day?
No, I was off.
Did you wind up being called with regards to this case?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
I got called at 6:07 p.m.
So where were you when you got that call?
I was at home.
And what did you do?
I responded to the scene at Rosar's.
Can you describe us what you observed when you first got to the scene?
I saw that officers were on the west side of the parking lot, and that they had put up police barricade tape around the southwest section of the parking lot closest to the store, primarily around a gray Chrysler 300 that was parked in that area. And then other officers were kind of congregated around a black Ford Expedition and a black Dodge Grand Caravan that was parked on the opposite end of the parking lot in the northwest section. And they were also kind of near a gray Chevrolet Suburban that was in the far northwest corner of the parking lot.
How long did it take you to get to the scene after you got the call, you think?
I got there at 6:20, so about 13 minutes.
Okay, what was your primary duty when you arrived?
I was tasked with processing the crime scene, just assessing the scene and documenting it, and then trying to find and collect any relevant evidence.
And what did you do first to begin that process?
First thing I did is I took photographs of the entire scene.
And you said that they had the southwest corner barricaded off at first?
Yes.
And did you make some changes to what was encompassed in the crime scene?
Yeah, myself and Captain Rick Fuentes extended the crime scene barrier tape to encompass the entire kind of west portion of the parking lot.
And why did you do that?
Because at the time, officers didn't realize that the primary crime scene was basically around the black Dodge Caravan that was parked in the northwest section of the parking lot.
Now, you said that when you start to process a crime scene, you started by taking pictures.
Yes.
Why is that important?
Because the first thing you want to do when you get to a crime scene is you want to document the scene before anything is disturbed, moved. Just record the scene as it is when you get there.
And did you take photographs of the scene in this case prior to collecting any evidence or anything?
Yes.
I have the witness stand is State's Exhibits 17 through 34.
You may.
You can just take a quick look at those pictures for us. And are those, do you recognize what those are?
Yes,
What are they?
they are photographs that I took that evening.
And are they fair and accurate depictions of the photos that you took that evening, showing the scene as it was?
Yes.
I move for admission to case exhibits 17 through 34.
Ms. Bugby, may I please review what you may? I'm going to go to the scan, but there's enough. I can use it. There'll be no objection to exhibits 17 through 34. Assistance.
You have them loaded, preloaded on the TV. Can you pull it up? Detective, can you describe what we're looking at in this picture, please?
Yeah, it's a picture of the northwest section of the parking lot, primarily of the Chevrolet Suburban that was parked in the corner there, kind of by the entrance exit onto Linden Avenue.
You have a little pointer there on the stand next to you, and we have Stacy exhibits. It's 11, the diagram up there, the scene. Can you point where this picture is, where it's showing us on that diagram?
It's right here around the Chevy Suburban, that exit entrance onto Linden.
And why is this picture important?
It just shows an overall picture of that area of the parking lot and where the Chevy Suburban was parked.
And what's important about the Chevy Suburban?
The Chevy Suburban belonged to our suspect, James Brashear.
And then exhibit 18, what are we looking at here?
It's a photograph again taken in the northwest section of the parking lot, but facing south in the parking lot. You can see the Dodge Grand Caravan that's parked further up the parking lot there.
Can you see if the pointer will show us where the caravan is?
The Dodge Caravan was parked right here.
And continuing on, exhibit 19, what are we looking at here?
That's just another photograph of the Dodge Grand Caravan, and there was a black Ford Expedition that was parked next to it at the time.
And are you aware of the distance between the caravan and the suspect's vehicle that you just had a picture of prior to this?
Yes,
How far was it?
it was about 88.5 feet.
And then Stacy's exhibit 20.
Again, that's another photograph of the northwest section of the parking lot. Shows the Dodge Grand Caravan, the Ford Expedition, just a different vantage point.
Okay, and explain to us the importance of the Dodge Caravan.
Dodge Caravan was the vehicle that belonged to the victim, John Mast. and that is where he parked and where we ultimately determined the shooting took place.
And what can you tell us that your investigation showed you was the deal with this other car that's parked next to it, the explosion?
So when we first got there, that Ford Expedition was already parked there, and we thought it was part of the original crime scene. But later, we learned that it had been moved and parked there after the shooting, so it actually wasn't involved.
How did you determine that?
Through video surveillance footage we obtained.
Stacy, exhibit 21.
That's another photograph of the Dodge Grand Caravan next to the Ford Expedition, and also you can see a couple of traffic cones there. Those were cones that officers used to mark some spent shell cases that they found on the asphalt.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine if there had been any vehicle parked in that space adjacent right next to the van when the shooting occurred?
Yes, I was able to determine there was no vehicle parked next to the Dodge Caravan.
Exhibit 22. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is another picture of the Dodge Caravan, the driver's side, and in between it there, I've marked one of the shell casings with evidence marker. It's a number 2.
Stacy, exhibit 23. What are we looking at here?
That is the driver's side of the Grand Caravan again, and on the gas door there, I found what appeared to be a possible bullet ricochet or an indentation in the right on the lid there, kind of the little lip that you open the door with.
In exhibit 24.
It's a close-up photograph of this indentation on the gas door, and I put a scale there and then took a measurement of how high off the ground it was.
Why was that important in your investigation?
Just to document, how big the indentation was and how far off the ground and where it hit the vehicle, exactly where it hit the vehicle.
And then we move to Stacy, exhibit 25. What direction are we looking here?
So we're looking mostly kind of a northwest direction towards the Dodge Grand Caravan. And in this photograph, I've marked 2 more spent shell cases that are on the passenger side of that Ford Expedition. And then with the evidence marker that's, closest to us in the picture, that was a full cartridge or a live round that officers found in the parking lot.
Okay. Can you identify on the diagram where each of these markers are located?
Yes, so one of the empty shell cases was about 4 feet away from the driver door of the Dodge Caravan, and that was marked with evidence marker number 2. And then about 12, 13 more feet from that was another empty shell casing marked with evidence marker number 3. And then about 7 or 8 feet farther away was another shell case marked with evidence number 4. And then number 5 was about 24 feet, kind of to the east of those shell casings, kind of in the center of the lane.
We move to Stacy's exhibit 26. What is this?
That's just kind of a close-up shot of the shell case that I marked with evidence marker number 2 that was on the driver's side of the Dodge Grand Caravan.
Stacy's exhibit 27.
That's a close-up photograph of the shell case that that officers found. Again, it was on the driver's side of the Dodge Grand Caravan, about 12, 13 feet away.
And this is exhibit 28.
That's a close-up photograph of the third shell case that officers found. That one was about 19 feet away from the driver's side of the Dodge Grand Caravan.
And we'll go to exhibit 29.
And that is more of a close-up photograph of the live round that officers found. And it was about, from the Dodge Grand Caravan, it was about 38 feet away from there.
Okay. So it's on the diagram, it's the evidence marker number 5 that's furthest away from the Dodge Caravan. Okay.
Correct.
And what was important to you, what stood out to you in your investigation about this particular live round that was located in that location?
Just that it was a live round and it was in the vicinity of where the shell cases were found. And they were the same, they were all 9mm Luger, same manufacturer.
Did you have opportunity to look at this particular live round beyond after it was collected?
Yes, I did at the police department.
Were you able to make any determinations about whether it had been attempted to be fired?
I did not see any evidence on it that indicated that someone had tried to fire it.
So through your investigation, did you have any conclusions as to how the live round would have become located at that location?
I think it was ejected at some point after the shooting.
Stacy's at 30. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the suspect's pistol, his wallet, and his cell phone that was laying on the top of his vehicle hood when we arrived on scene.
And this is how this was when you arrived.
Yes.
Can you describe to us a little bit in more detail what the status of the firearm that's laid up there at this point?
Yeah, so the firearm is a Glock 19X. It's a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. And the gun's been cleared. There's no round in the chamber, and the magazine has been taken out. It's just laying next to the firearm.
And then Stacy's at 31.
So this is a photograph that we took of that magazine you saw on the hood of the vehicle. This is at the police department a couple of days later. And I've just emptied the magazine of all the rounds that were in it. And as you can see, there were 13 rounds in the magazine.
And why is that important?
It's important because the magazine was a 17-round magazine, and there were 13 rounds in the magazine, like I just said, and then we found 3 spent shell cases and then 1 live round. So that accounts for 17 rounds.
Shifting a little bit here, Stacy's at 32. Can you tell us what this picture is, and then just point out on the diagram where the picture's taken?
So this is a picture of the Chrysler 300 I talked about that had been, it was parked in the southwest area of the parking lot at Rosars. It had been marked off with police barricade tape when I first arrived on scene. That's where officers found Mr. Mast when they arrived. It is right here, again in the southwest area of the parking lot, closer to the front of the store. And in the photographs, you'll see I have a number of evidence markers, and those markers are just marking some blood evidence that I found around the car.
Stacy's at 33.
It's another photograph of the passenger side of that Chrysler 300. You can see in this photograph the evidence markers, and then you can see a medical blanket and a pillow that are laying there by the right front tire. I believe that was left there by medics.
And then Stacy's Exhibit 6, we're looking at.
That's a blood stain that we found on the right rear quarter panel of the Chrysler 300.
And again, this was in the proximity where Mr. Mast was located when law enforcement arrived.
Correct.
Thank you, Detective. I have no further questions. Mr. Flavia, cross-examination. Wait.
Well, Detective, thank you for being here. First, if I could draw your attention to what was admitted as Exhibit 30. So 30 is the picture that shows the hood of the Suburban.
Correct.
And it shows, as you testified, the weapon that he allegedly used during the course of the shooting, right?
Correct.
And you've indicated that the gun is on the hood with the magazine removed, yes?
Correct.
And you later confirmed that the chamber of that pistol was clear.
Yes.
Now, do you know if this is how the gun and the magazine were found when officers first arrived on scene?
Yeah, that was my understanding, what I learned from them.
So it's not the officers, any of the officers from either your agency or another agency that took the magazine out of the pistol, is your understanding.
That's correct.
And also apparently cleared the weapon from the chamber, or the cartridge from the chamber.
Right. The cartridge had already been cleared.
Presumably, from the evidence, the cartridge that was cleared was the one that you've identified as being marked in that parking lot with evidence marker number 5, yes?
Correct.
And that can be seen in the photographs in what was admitted as State's Exhibit number 29. Go ahead and take a look at 29. So you can confirm that.
That's correct.
Okay, so what I'd like you to do, and you might set those exhibits aside. You get a laser pointer there with you. So would you please show the jury where evidence marker number 5 is on the diagram of the parking lot?
So evidence marker number 5 is right here,
And where is Mr. Mast's caravan?
and Mr. Mass Suburban was parked over here in the northwest corner.
Yeah, I'm asking about Mr. Mast.
Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Brashear's Suburban.
Okay, where's Mr. Mast?
Oh, I apologize. His caravan is right here.
All right, and again, so is the live shell, where was the live shell?
The live round was right here, evidence marker number 5.
Did you, well, let's start with that. Now, you did a little more than just process evidence at this scene that night, correct?
Yes,
And you actually had contact with Mr. Brashear's daughter, right?
yes, I did.
And that is Becky Brashear?
Yes.
Where did you find Becky Brashear?
When I first arrived on scene, she was parked close to the Dodge Caravan, and she was talking to a Nez Perce tribal police officer that had responded to the scene.
You actually introduced her yourself as well, correct?
Just briefly, I asked her if she would go down to the police department to talk to a detective.
Okay, did she agree?
Yes.
That was not you.
No, I did not interview her.
We've heard from Mr. Klein who testified in this case. You also had some contact with him on this occasion, correct?
Yeah, not on the night of the shooting, but on February 8th, he came into the police department. He brought in the video from his dash cam. It was in his car.
Okay. Were you also involved in a part of the investigation that was looking into the condition of the brakes of that Suburban that belonged to Mr. Bashir?
I was present when they did the vehicle inspection, and I took photographs of the Suburban when we executed a search warrant on it.
And that was done to confirm or deny whether or not there really was indeed brakes in that vehicle to be repaired, correct?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
And that was relevant to some of the information we had received, not just from Becky Bashir, but from my client, Mr. Bashir. True?
I don't know if it was information from both, or it was from one or the other about the
Okay.
brakes.
But you do know that was part of what you were tasked with determining. Were you able to determine whether or not that vehicle needed brake work?
According to our city mechanics who did the vehicle inspection, yes, the brakes needed work.
And it's true, isn't it, there was some items found in the car that would have been relevant to fixing the brakes on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe there was a little package of brake lubricant or something in the center console.
That's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Coleman, any redirect?
I don't have anything else on it.
May this witness be excused? Yes, Your Honor. All right, thank you. If you may step down. Mr. Coleman, calling next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mackenzie Mott.
Dr. Mott, if you would please face my clerk and be sworn.
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that testimony will be the truth?
Dr. Mott, if you would please sit down, I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone close. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Mackenzie Mott, M-O-T-T. First name is M-A-K-I-M-Z-I-E.
Ms. Smith, Mayflower.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Morning. If you could please state your name and spell your last, or I'm sorry, we just did that. Where do you work? I am a deputy medical examiner at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office. And how long have you worked there? 2 years. And what type of training do you have for your position? So I received a bachelor's of science in biology, followed by MD at a medical school. After that, I underwent 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency, followed by 1 year of a forensic pathology fellowship.
Do you have any board certifications?
Yes, ma'am. I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty within the field of general pathology that involves investigating deaths in a medical legal setting.
And so what are your duties at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office?
I perform autopsies on decedents that die in Spokane County and approximately 15 surrounding counties in order to determine cause and manner of death.
And Nez Perce County is one of those surrounding counties.
It is.
What experience do you have in forensic pathology?
Beyond my training year, I have my 2 years here at Spokane.
And so what is the purpose of completing an autopsy?
The main reason to complete an autopsy is, as I said before, to help determine cause and manner of death through examination of the body itself, various ancillary studies, and investigating the circumstances surrounding the death.
And can you describe the procedures that you go through when you perform an autopsy?
Sure. So the very first thing that happens, even before the actual autopsy occurs, is that there's an investigation into the scene of the death and the circumstances surrounding the death. In Pierce County, that is performed by the coroner. Once he has completed that, he sends the body to my office in Spokane. Once we receive the body, it receives a full body x-ray to look for fractures, projectiles, or anything that could give us a clue as to what may have happened. After that occurs, we do an external examination, which involves us photographing the entire body. We document any sort of injuries, any sort of marks, scars, or tattoos, and any evidence of any sort of medical therapy or resuscitation that occurred. Once that has happened, we clean the body up, we take everything off of it, we take more photos, and then we open the body and perform an internal examination where we take the organs out one by one and examine them for any signs of injury or natural disease. After that occurs, we, depending on the circumstances in that particular case, we perform additional studies, for instance, toxicology or histology to look at the tissues under the microscope, and various other studies that help us determine cause and manner.
Approximately how long does it take to complete an autopsy?
It varies a lot. It can be as little as an hour, and in more complex cases, up to 4 or 5 hours.
And how do you document your findings?
We take extensive photographs, and at the very end of the autopsy, and once we have all our results back, we complete an autopsy report to document all of our findings.
Did you review the autopsy and the files associated with the autopsy that was performed on John Mast?
I did.
And when was the autopsy performed on John Mast?
That was back in February, I believe the 8th of 2021.
And were photos taken during John Mast's autopsy?
They were.
Would those photos assist in your testimony today?
They could.
Could I have the witness handed State's Exhibits 12 through 16?
You may.
Thank you.
If you could flip through those photos. Were those photos that you just reviewed, photos taken during the autopsy performed on John Mast?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're a true and accurate depiction of the photos that were taken and the photos you reviewed in preparation for your testimony today?
They are.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibits 12 through 16.
Mr. Bunny, any objection? There's no objection. Exhibits 12 through 16 will be admitted.
You may publish the photos to the trainer.
You may.
Earlier, you testified that the first stage of an autopsy is an external examination. Was an external examination conducted during this autopsy?
It was.
And were there injuries located externally? So let's look at the first exhibit, State's Exhibit 12. Could you describe what's depicted in this photo?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Mast. You can see he's lying on the autopsy table, and I believe that is Dr. Howard in the background. You can see right away, there's kind of a linear defect up near his armpit on the left. That is from medical therapy. That is a thoracotomy incision for the purpose of placing a chest tube. On his kind of lower left hip area, you can see a gunshot defect.
And were there any marks that you could observe on his chest?
It's very difficult to see from this angle, but you can see kind of up near the nipple line, some faint green discoloration, and there's some kind of dark discoloration next to it, and that is another gunshot defect, as well as a third defect slightly below that one.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 13?
This is a photograph from the other side of the body. You can see another similar thoracotomy incision over near his right arm this time. And you can slightly make out two gunshot defects on his chest, as well as a defect on his abdomen just superior to the umbilicus.
What is depicted in State's Exhibit 14?
So this is a gunshot defect present on his chest.
And in that photo, where would his head and neck be?
So his head is going to be towards the right side of the screen and his toes towards the left side.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 15?
This is the second defect on the chest. This is the same orientation, so head to the right, toes to the left. This is a slightly smaller defect, just inferior or lower to the first defect.
And the gunshot wound that is on the right, closest to the right side of the screen, is the gunshot wound from the previous photo.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is depicted in State's Exhibit 16?
This is a third gunshot defect that is located on the abdomen. You can see the umbilicus over to the left of the photo, so his toes are to the left and his head is still to the right.
Now, after conducting the external examination, you indicated that the next step is the internal examination.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review the internal examination findings from this autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And based upon both the internal and external examination of Mr. Mast, were you able to form an opinion as to the cause of death of John Mast?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is your opinion?
His cause of death is due to multiple gunshot wounds.
How many total gunshot wounds?
There were 3 in total.
And was there one fatal injury?
No, ma'am. Their combined effects together resulted in death.
And can you describe what you mean by that?
Basically, I wouldn't ascribe lethality to any one of the individual wounds. Their effects together resulted in injuries internally that any one and all together could have caused death.
So could you describe, we just saw the 2 gunshot wounds in the chest area of Mr. Mast's body. Could you describe internally what observations you've made from those chest injuries?
Yes, so the injuries to the chest did cause damage to the sac that surrounds the heart and the diaphragm, which is the muscular shelf that separates your thoracic cavity from your abdominal cavity. Additionally, there were injuries to the liver, the small intestines, the stomach, and the diaphragm.
And what about bleeding? Were you able to come to any conclusion related to bleeding or the quantity of blood in his body?
Those injuries would have bled significantly.
And how much blood did you locate in the cavities of his body?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes. Would that help refresh your memory? Make sure you refer your report.
There was 1 liter in the right chest cavity, approximately 15 mLs in the left chest cavity, and 1 liter of blood in the abdominal cavity.
And so what does that mean?
That is significant loss of blood, which would be fatal. And basically due to these wounds, he exsanguinated into his body cavities and out of those wounds.
I don't have any further questions. You can move that.
Mr. Bugby, cross-examination. Hello, doctor, how are you?
Yeah, how about you?
I'm good, thanks. It's nice to see you. So my understanding is you did not actually do this autopsy, correct?
No, sir.
That was Dr. Howard who preceded you at the same office that you are now employed, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was also formerly a Dr. Sally Aiken, she worked at the same office there.
She did.
So at this point, are either Dr. Howard or Dr. Aiken employed by your office?
They are not. They are both retired.
So is it just you as the medical examiner for Spokane County and these outlying counties that you mentioned? Or is there another MD who works with you at this time?
No, sir. We have 2 other doctors in addition to me that work in Spokane.
Okay, gotcha. And so obviously you got the proper education, yes,
Yes, sir.
and training.
Yes, sir.
And you said that you have now worked as a medical examiner for 2 years?
Yes, I was training.
So you have done autopsies, just not this one.
Yes, sir.
How many total have you done yourself?
About 800.
Is that over this 2-year period?
No, sir. That is the total autopsies I've completed in my career.
Did that also say residency? So how long were you a resident?
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I was just trying to make sure we get it on the record.
Over what period of time have you been qualified to actually conduct autopsies?
Since 2016.
And where was your prior experience before you employed by Spokane?
I did my fellowship training in Louisville, Kentucky through the University of Louisville. And previously to that, I was in residency training in Richmond, Virginia through Virginia Commonwealth University.
Okay, and then Spokane?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'd just like to be real clear. In reference to this case, what you're really testifying about today is having reviewed Dr. Howard's report. Yes?
Yes, sir.
That included the pictures that he took, yes?
Yes, sir.
And he wrote his findings in the report as well, correct?
He did.
So I presume Dr. Howard's records were kept and maintained during the normal course of that office's business as a medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
And they were made available to you when it was needed for review for this case.
Yes, sir.
How much time did you spend reviewing Dr. Howard's reports?
I believe it was several hours.
When was the last occasion that you had to review those records?
Friday.
If you have reviewed them previously,
Yes, sir.
when would that have been?
That would have been prior to the 2 meetings that I had with the prosecutor's office.
Do you recall when that would have occurred?
I had one more recently in the past 2 weeks. I don't recall the exact date that was. And then there was another meeting. It's been at least 6 months ago.
All right, fair enough. And were those done in person or were you on a telephone?
They were phone meetings.
So there were, according to Dr. Howard's report, 3 gunshot wounds to Mr. Mast's body.
Yes, sir.
The 2 that we saw in we could see 2 in one photo that more precise. All right, exhibit number 15.
Yes, sir.
You've indicated the presence of 2 of the gunshot wounds in that photograph.
Yes, sir.
So my first question is, I'm just curious, from these photos, how are you able to tell us that Mr. Mast's head would have been to the right of the photo and his toes and feet would have been to the left?
It's a bit difficult to say when you look at an individual photo that's zoomed in up close, but
That's why I'm asking.
I do have access to the full collection of the photos, not all of which were included here, so that provided context. So there are additional photos that are presented from a more zoomed out range so that I can see landmarks.
Okay, so you can't actually make that determination just by looking at this photo individually, correct?
No, it's zoomed too close.
So on a prior occasion, maybe during one of the meetings with prosecutors, was that a good one you had been able to make that determination?
Yes, through the other photos that weren't included here.
All right, and do you actually also write a report or keep notes when you have reviewed another medical examiner's autopsy reports?
No, sir, we don't write a separate report.
So are you just testifying about the direction of Mr. Mast's head in exhibit number 15 from your recollection of previously reviewing the other photographs in relation to this one?
Yes, sir.
So you don't have any notes to remind you that that's what your determination was?
No, sir.
And that would also have been true in reference to exhibit number 14?
Yes, sir. Oh, wait.
Is it also true in reference to number 14?
Oh, yes, sir.
But you are certain that that was the direction of Mr. Mast's head. Each of those exhibits.
To the best of my recollection.
Okay. Will you please look at exhibit number 12 for me?
Yes, sir.
So this is the first photo that you, that was shown to the jury. This is Mr. Mast laying on the medical examiner's table for the autopsy, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, on this photo, we can see the gunshot wound that was on his left hip.
Yes, sir.
Be able to tell from your review of Dr. Howard's reports in what direction that bullet would have been traveling when it entered Mr. Mast's body?
Based off of the abrasion ring about the wound, that would be difficult to discern.
Okay. You examined the internals of Mr. Mast's body, yes?
Yes, sir.
You, make sure I say this correctly, you read Dr. Howard's report in reference to his internal examination of Mr. Mast's body, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that reveal anything about the direction of travel of the bullet that caused that wound?
The internal injuries would not provide information on that.
Okay. You testified about various injuries which led to the death of Mr. Mast caused by some of the bullets that entered his body on this occasion, right?
Yes, sir.
And I missed one, but you indicated some injuries to the liver,
Yes, sir.
the sac that surrounds the heart.
The pericardial sac.
Thank you. I guess that begs the question, was the heart itself injured?
It was not.
You have a lot of photographs that were taken either by Dr. Howard or by an assistant during the course of his autopsy.
Yes, sir.
So were you able to confirm that by looking at photographs of Mr. Mast's heart?
If I recall correctly, I don't believe he took a direct picture of the heart.
That's just based on what Dr. Howard wrote in the autopsy itself,
Yes, sir.
in his narrative.
Yes, sir.
Small intestines were another injury.
Yes, sir.
The stomach was injured.
Yes, sir.
After you talked about the injury to the sac, sorry, I don't know the word.
The pericardial sac.
Okay. You testified about that. You indicated another injury. That's the one I didn't get. Will you remind me what you said?
The diaphragm.
Diaphragm, what is that?
That is the muscular shelf that sits between your thoracic cavity or your chest cavity and your abdominal cavity. It helps you breathe.
Okay. So I think I revealed that I am not a doctor. So help me out here. this injury, referencing back to exhibit number 12, to the hip, would any of the injuries you testified caused the death have been caused by the bullet that caused that wound?
Yes, that corresponds with one of the bullet tracks that did cause death.
All right, what injury or injuries might have that bullet caused?
This would have caused damage to the intestines, possibly the liver and mesentery.
Okay. Now, you have testified that your opinion, based on your review of Dr. Howard's report, is that it was a combination of these injuries that caused the death of Mr. Mast.
Yes, sir.
I think I've heard you say any one of them could have caused death,
Yes, sir.
but because we had injuries associated with all three, you have to testify that it was a combination. Am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yes, and all in combination, but an injury to the abdomen that causes damage to the intestines can cause spillage of the intestinal contents, which then can lead to sepsis and death,
Right, but
even when treated.
we can't, or I should say, you, or Dr. Howard, can't necessarily say that to be the case because there were, in fact, other injuries in this particular case. Am I correct about that?
Well, I couldn't speculate as to what would have happened if this was his only gunshot wound, but
That's my question. Okay. I just want to be really clear. First, let's look at number 12 again. So you talked about the you talked about a chest tube.
yes, sir.
Could you explain to the jury what a chest tube is?
A chest tube is a tube that can be placed in the chest cavities. This is done by medical professionals when they believe that there is the possibility of either air or blood in the chest cavity that can be compressing on the lungs, prohibiting proper breathing.
So a chest,
Sorry,
if you're not done, go ahead and finish.
I'm done.
So a chest tube is used to relieve that pressure.
Yes, sir.
And you pointed out an injury underneath Mr. Mast's left arm contained or shown in exhibit number 12.
Yes, sir.
That is from a chest tube insertion, correct?
Yes, sir. That is a surgical incision.
So just to be very clear, this was not caused by any of these bullets that were fired at Mr. Mast, true?
No, sir. That was caused by medical professionals.
Right. And then similarly, if you can please look at number 13 for us. There's another injury depicted, not quite as clearly, but this is underneath his right arm.
Yes, sir.
That also was from the insertion of a chest tube.
Yes, sir.
So not caused by any of the bullets shot at Mr. Max.
No, sir.
From your review of Dr. Howard's report, were any of these bullets retrieved from Mr. Mass's body?
No, sir. They were all perforating wounds, meaning the bullets passed all the way through the body. They exited.
So are we sure the wounds that you have discussed today, those are entry wounds?
3 are entrances and 3 are exits.
Well, I don't believe, please point out if I'm wrong. Are there any depictions of exit wounds in the exhibits that have been admitted?
Yes, sir.
There are.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me which exhibit shows an exit wound?
12.
Okay, and if we could describe for us where the jury will be able to see an exit room when they look at exhibit number 12.
So number 12, there is an injury, kind of a diagonal shaped injury, on the kind of lateral left abdomen / hip area.
Judge, I would ask that we have the monitor set up. I think I would like to have it point this out more clearly. Okay, Doctor, I think we're ready. Doctor, may I have the doctor's report?
You may.
Monitor session.
What I am going to ask you to do this for you, if you could point that microphone on your desk. Oh, we'll give her a microphone. Very good.
So, Doctor, I might have misunderstood some of your prior testimony. Could you point out for the jury where the entry and the exit wounds are located in this photograph in reference to that single bullet?
So, there's two, this is up here. This is also described as an entrance defect, and this down here is an exit defect.
Okay, so that injury on the left hip, that is an exit.
Yes.
Are you making that determination based on what you read from Dr. Howard's report, or are you able to tell us just from the photograph itself?
That is a combination of both of those things.
Okay.
This is a bit of an atypical appearing exit wound, in my opinion. It is, well, it does appear in the autopsy photos to have upgraded margins.
Just to be a little clearer.
So you can see how dark the edges of the wound are. And closer photographs that kind of has an appearance to suggest an abrasion color or marginal abrasion, which is something that is often associated with entrance wounds, but sometimes we see exit wounds whenever they are, say, pressed up against article of clothing or some other solid objects that causes the skin to be abraded even as so I'm not certain if that is just a short abrasion or it could be drying of the skin this morning, just based on the other entrance wounds. It does appear that this one was starting to be because so post-mortem drying could also create that appearance.
Well, I guess I would ask you this then, are you confident from the review of Dr. Howard's reports and you're having looked at all the photographs that were available to you, that that is in fact an exit?
I can't say that I'm 100% confident with that. I did feel that, I believe it is,
Doctor, I'm going to pull the microphone up just a little bit. The reason for that is my co-reporter, recently, she's having a hard time. So actually, all right, let's do that. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect.
Better.
Okay, where should I start?
Why don't we, Ms. Bugby, would you ask your last question? Or let's. I'm going to defer to you, Mr. Bugby.
I had asked if you were certain from your review of the record, simply, that this wound or injury on Mr. Mast's left hip exit wound. I recall that you were beginning to reference the wound above his navel.
Yes, sir.
You were discussing or attempting to answer that question.
Yes, sir. So that injury, based off of the photographs, does have some features that make it a bit ambiguous, I guess, as to whether or not that is indeed an entrance wound.
So the other three wounds that you described, any question about whether or not those are entry wounds?
So the very first wound on the chest, I do believe to be an entrance wound. It does go through a flat bone, and there is a description of beveling of that bone anteriorly, which does say that that is an entrance wound. So this is certainly an entrance wound. There is a bit of ambiguity to the second wound on the chest, that it does have a bit of ambiguous features between an entrance and an exit wound.
Okay. Did Dr. Howard's report have any indication of what his determination was regarding whether that particular wound was an exit or an entry wound?
Which one?
The latest one that you got, no.
No.
The second one on the other side.
This one, the one on the chest.
Correct.
He does describe a marginal abrasion, which I mentioned before is typically seen with entrance wounds. However, just in reviewing the photographs, and I don't know, sometimes things look a bit different in photographs than they do the day of, but some of the features I felt didn't entirely match with an entrance wound.
What about the wound closest to his navel?
This one. It's similar.
That you're not certain?
Yes, sir, it does have some ambiguous features.
Okay. That's all I have about this photograph. We can leave that.
You want to just put that microphone back on?
That's all I have. Thank you, Doctor.
Ms. Smith, can you read it?
Yes, Your Honor. Are you confident in what your opinion is of the cause of death of Mr. Mast?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Can you recross on that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. You may step down and you may be excused. Ms. Smith,
Does the court want to take a morning break?
why don't we, let's go with an additional witness, I'd ask you to have that witness available as soon as we get done. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break. Let's take 15 minutes, and we'll be back at about 10:35. You need to do this advisory one more time. During the course of this trial, you are instructed that you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination.
I got it unmuted. Let's see.
But just he'll be in there a little bit,
But
not
not,
as
he won't be
much.
center focused.
All right, we'll be back on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear, Nez Perce County, case number CR 35-21-0815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Bugby. The state is represented by Mr. Coleman and Ms. Smith, who are also present at council table. Either outside the presence of the jury, is there anything we need to take up before the jury returns?
Nothing can say.
We'll go ahead and rise for the jury. All right, thank you. Welcome back. You may be seated. Mr. Coleman, Ms. Smith, you may call your next witness.
State call Officer Joseph Lyons.
Officer, will you please stand and face my clerk and be sworn?
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony will give in this matter?
Officer, I'm going to have you make yourself comfortable. We'll pull that microphone close to you, and if you will state and spell your name for the record, please.
Officer Joseph Lyons, Lines.
Very good. Ms. Smith, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you currently employed?
I am, yes.
And where are you employed?
The City of Lewiston Police Department.
How long have you worked for the police department?
Coming up on 4 years in December.
Are you certified in the state of Idaho to be a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what certification do you hold?
Basic certification.
And what are your duties with the police department?
Quite a few of them. I'm currently assigned to patrol, so responding to a whole host of calls for service.
And is there a certain shift that you are currently working?
I'm currently assigned to swing shift.
Okay. And what about back on February 5th of 2021?
Can you say that again, sir?
Back on February 5th of 2021, were you working that day?
I was, yes.
And what shift were you working?
I was working swing shift.
At approximately 5:56 p.m., did you respond to a call at Rosars?
I did, yes.
And what was the nature of the call that you responded to?
It was reported as a possible shots fired.
And do you know where you were coming from?
I was about the 700 block of Brighton Avenue at the time of the call was dispatched.
Okay. And so how did you get to Rosars?
So from Brighton, I took Brighton east to 10th Street. I took 10th Street into the Rosars parking lot.
And what entrance did you enter Rosars through?
Would have been the west side entrance.
And why did you choose to enter from that specific entrance?
So as I was responding from the 700 block of Brighton to Rosars, a call, I guess we could say the call developed substantially. Initially, it was a possible shots fired. And from the approximate minute and a half it took me to get there, it was reported that there was at least one gunshot victim in the parking lot. So I came in from the west side of the parking lot to get the best vantage point to kind of see what was going on, where everything had been occurring at.
And so once you entered the parking lot from that entrance, what did you observe?
So coming in from the west side of the parking lot, I observed in the southwest corner, there was a small group, like a circle gathering, approximately 10 people, surrounding somebody laying on the ground.
And so were you the very first Lewiston Police Department officer to arrive at the scene?
I was, yes.
And so once you saw this small gathering of people, then what did you do?
At that point, based on the severity of the call, being that there was a gunshot victim, I deployed my rifle, and I immediately approached the gathering of people to try to figure out what was going on.
And what did you observe when you approached that crowd?
As I approached the crowd, there was one Nez County deputy that had beat me to the scene. He was tending to a subject that was on the ground. The subject's shirt had been removed. I don't know specifically how it was removed, but I could see that there was blood coming from his chest area.
And so after you made those observations, then what were you also thinking at the time?
Where the suspect was at.
And so what did you do?
I just immediately began asking people, what had happened and where the suspect was at.
And were you able to identify the suspect?
I was, yes.
And how were you able to do that?
There's numerous witnesses that pointed to the northwest corner of the parking lot, saying that the subject over there was standing there, was the suspect that had just shot.
And so what did you do with this information?
I immediately broadcasted it to other officers. We had a whole host of additional officers responding, so I wanted to give them the best information that I could of where the suspect was at, the clothing that he was wearing.
And so when the crowd pointed you into the direction of the person, were you able to see that person?
I was, yes.
And that's the description you put out on the radio about the clothing.
Yes, ma'am.
And so after you were able to identify the person they were pointing to and put it on the radio, what did you do next?
At that point, I began approaching the male subject. Again, I didn't know, based on the severity of the crime, being that he had just been reported to shoot somebody, I began approaching him tactically. I began kind of using cars as cover because I didn't know what his intentions were. I didn't know if he was going to harm anybody else. I didn't know if he was going to try to harm me. So I began moving from a car to car up to him. And as I was approaching him, I began giving him commands to get on the ground. So again, I didn't know if he still had the weapon that he had just used.
And so you were moving from the area where the person was laying on the ground to the other end of the parking lot where the individual was standing next to a car.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have any weapons while you were giving him commands?
I did, yes.
And why?
The severity of the crime being that he had just been reported to shoot somebody. And again, not knowing if he still had that weapon with intentions of harming me or anybody else.
And you testified that you were giving the suspect commands to lay on the ground. Was he compliant with you?
He was, yes.
And what happened once you were able to get closer to the suspect?
Once I began getting closer to the suspect, again, told him to get onto the ground. He did comply. He got onto the ground. I ordered him to move his arms out into a cross position where I could see both of his hands just to make sure he didn't still have that weapon.
And did you observe anything in his hands?
No, there was nothing in his hands.
And did you ask him if he had any weapons?
I did. I asked him if he did have any weapons, yes.
And what was his response?
He said that he had put his weapon on the hood of the car.
And what type of car was this?
It was a Suburban, an older model Suburban.
And when he told you he had put his weapon on the hood of the car, did you look on the hood of the car?
I did, yes.
And what did you observe?
A tan pistol handgun.
And where was the suspect in relation to the Suburban?
Just in front of me.
And do you remember how the Suburban was parked?
Yes, it would have been facing east. Again, the suspect was just in front of the hood.
Okay. And so was the car backed into the parking spot or parked into the parking spot the normal way?
Backed in.
And so then what did you do?
At that point, I just held where I was at. Again, waiting for additional officers to come and assist me, really.
And so who was the next officer who arrived on scene?
The next officer responding was Sergeant Roberts.
And what happened when Sergeant Roberts pulled into the parking lot?
After he pulled into the parking lot, I told him where I was at, and I needed him to get over to where I was at. At that point, I held where I was at. I continued to hold the suspect at rifle point until Sergeant Roberts could place handcuffs on his person.
And did that happen?
It did, yes.
And after the suspect was handcuffed, then what did you do?
At that point, he was checked to see if he had any additional weapons. Sergeant Roberts and myself were able to get him to his feet and walk him to the back of Sergeant Roberts' patrol car.
And were you able to identify this person?
I was, yes.
And who were you able to identify him as?
James Brashear.
And do you see James Brashear in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit, white undershirt, and a red tie.
What happened next?
At that point, again, he was placed in the back of the patrol car, and I made the decision to stay with him, as by that point there was a whole handful of officers at that point from the Lewis Police Department, the Nez Perce County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Idaho State Patrol. So I made the decision to stay with the suspect at that point.
Okay. And did you read him Miranda rights?
I did, yes.
And did he indicate he was willing to speak with you?
Yes.
And where did this conversation you had with him take place?
It occurred as he was sitting in the back of the patrol car, and I was standing outside of it with the door propped open.
What was the defendant's demeanor while you were speaking with him?
Very cooperative, very, being the severity and the, intensity of the situation, he was very calm, very collected.
Did you have a body cam running during this incident?
I did, yes.
And how does your body camera work?
It works in a few different ways. It's activated, I should say, in two different ways. Whenever you turn your emergency lights on, it automatically activates, or if the lights aren't activated, you can manually activate it yourself.
And what happens to the recordings from your body camera?
So after the event or incident is concluded, after you turn your camera off, it gets uploaded to the evidence portal, you would say. Then you can tag your videos accordingly.
And have you, since this incident occurred, have you had the opportunity to review your body camera footage?
I have, yes.
If I could have the witness hand in State's Exhibit 35. Could you take a look at that disc? Do you recognize that disc?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize it?
Well, I watched the video on this disc, and I personally signed it as well.
And is this footage a true and accurate copy of a portion of your body camera footage related to your conversation with the defendant on February 5th?
It is, yes.
State moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 35.
That's right. No objection. Exhibit 35 will be.
And I'd like to play a portion of the video for the published portion to the jury.
You may.
It is, so,
So what?
what happened? So you got here, you went through all those extended measures to try to prevent your grandkids. Two of them, I think, two of them, male and female, both female.
Oh, male and female.
Male and female, what are their names?
Same and the shower.
Is that a Syra or a Shiro? A Shiro, okay.
My foot's a little dry and I'm scared. So
That's okay. So what happened in the here while Rosars?
he pulled up over there, I walked up to him. He was to meet my daughter here, with the kids and take them off.
Okay.
I just called my daughter and told her don't come.
You what was that?
I called my daughter and told her don't come here.
Okay.
I told her that I talked to him and he wasn't gonna make it.
Okay.
She didn't bring
How
it.
many rounds did you fire?
I don't know.
A couple or
Oh yeah, one.
more than one?
And I don't know, the first one, 25 killing, but then the other ones, I don't know, they act like different blanks.
I think I shot him 45 like the suspect.
That whole 18, you can count the magazine.
Okay.
You know, 17 to 1.
He's on the phone, no one.
And I knew I would go to jail. I know I have to pay for this.
Okay. Give me a minute, okay?
Yeah.
After speaking with the defendant in the Rosars parking lot, what did you do with him?
After my conversations with him, I concluded and transported him down to the Lewis Police Department.
I don't have any further questions.
This is about the cross-examination.
Well, officer, thank you for being here. Okay, here. I'll wait. Your conversation that we just saw with Mr. Bashir, it actually was much longer than that, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
We've only seen a small portion.
Yes, sir.
In fact, he talked 40 about why this happened and it's shown on this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Part of that was attempting this day to try and seek help from authorities, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall him talking to you about at some point after the shooting occurred, the sister of this victim coming at him and yelling at him?
Objection, Your Honor. That calls for, the hearsay is in the question, but that calls for hearsay.
I'm asking what she said.
I'll rule the objection.
I'm talking about the hearsay from the defendant.
Now repeat the question one more time.
I'm asking if he discussed, well, I'll tell you what, I was right. You described Mr. Brashear as having a calm and collected demeanor. You described that here today, true?
Yes, sir.
It's in your report as well, correct?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Did you know Mr. Brashear before you met him on this day?
No, sir.
You don't really have a basis of reference in regards to who Mr. Brashear is and how he acts to compare his demeanor on this occasion to prior occasions, correct?
Correct. That is based off my prior experiences with dealing with the general public.
Okay, understood. Did you see any emotion from Mr. Brashear during this time you spent with him?
You know, he had mentioned that he was scared. He had actually played the video that we just watched. He had mentioned that he was scared of the situation. But really, I was just kind of shocked at how calm, cool, collected he was throughout my interview with him, my time that I spent with him.
Is there anything else that he said that revealed at least some significant emotional state?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
He mentioned to you that he thought about killing himself.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll offer for the truth of the matter. So offer for I'll let you on anyways.
So you're asking him to state what your client said to him, is that correct?
I'm asking, he's indicated my client was calm and collected. I'm asking if there was anything that was discussed that would show otherwise.
Your objection is hearsay.
Yes, sir.
You're assisting that objection.
When you, I want to talk to you about, as you were approaching Mr. Bashir with your rifle gun now on, do you recall how he was standing?
Standing in front of his, the Suburban that I talked about earlier.
Yes, sir. You see how he had his hands?
He had told me that they were up. I don't recall seeing them up.
Were you focused on where you might fire a shot if that was necessary?
I was focused on him and what he was doing.
Would you have focused on his hands?
Yep.
You don't recall seeing his hands raised in the air?
I don't, no, sir.
He was, however, compliant with all of your orders.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever give any indication that he might assault you?
No, sir.
Was there any indication that he might run?
No, sir.
Did you have any indication how long Mr. Brashear had been waiting at this Suburban before law enforcement arrived and what he wanted?
At the time that I was walking up to him, I had no idea how long he'd been there for.
When was it that you received the initial report of a possible shooting in the Rose Hour parking lot?
Just before 6 p.m.
And do you have any information about when it was that you confronted Mr. Brashear?
As soon as approximately 2 minutes after I got on the scene.
Thank you. You testified about the pistol that you observed on the hood of this Suburban, yes?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything other than the pistol itself on the hood of the Suburban?
I had just saw the pistol when I first walked up.
You didn't see a wallet?
I believe he told me that there were some other items on there. I don't recall seeing anything else other than the pistol.
All right, very good. Did you make any effort to move or to seize any of the items that were on Mr. Brashear's, the hood of Mr. Brashear's vehicle?
No, I don't recall so.
You never moved it yourself?
No.
That's all I have to say.
Ms. Smith, any redirect on
Okay.
that? May this witness be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, officer, you may sit down.
That'd be good.
Mr. Fulton, Ms. Smith, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Tyler Crane.
Detective, if you will pull that microphone close, and have you state spell your name for the record, please.
Tyler Crane, last is spelled C-R-A-N-E.
Ms. Smith, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Where are you?
I work for the Lewiston Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the police department?
It was 9 years last month.
Are you certified in the state of Idaho to be a police officer?
Yes, I am.
And what certification do you hold?
I hold my post-intermediate certification.
And can you explain what an intermediate certificate means?
Yeah, so it's, in Idaho, there's your basic, intermediate, and so on. So it's just one up from basic, but it's a combination of years of experience, college education, ongoing training.
And have you also received training outside of the post academy during your time at the police department?
Yes, I have.
What are your, well, back on February 5th of 2021, what were your duties with the police department?
I was in detectives or investigations, and I was assigned to narcotics investigation at the time.
And even though you were assigned to narcotics investigations, did you assist with other investigations that would take place?
Yes, frequently.
And so on February 5th of 2021, did you become involved in the shooting investigation?
Yeah, I did.
And what were your responsibilities?
I was contacted by Sergeant Levitt and he just asked me to come to the station. And then when I got to the station, I was tasked with interviewing the suspect and others, witnesses or other people that we may have been involved with attendance.
Okay. And you are also the case agent for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the case agent, are you familiar with the evidence in this case?
I am.
And as the case agent, have you had the opportunity to review the Rosar surveillance video?
Yes.
And why was it important for you to review the Rosar surveillance video?
Well, I initially didn't go to the scene that night at all. I didn't go to Rosar's at all. So the surveillance video was very helpful to compare to the statement that I got from Mr. Bashir during the interview, and just compare the two to get to the truth about what happened.
And when you were reviewing the video, were there parts that became important to your investigation?
Yes.
And would your testimony help the jury to understand what is happening in the video?
Yes, I believe it would.
Your Honor, if I could publish Case Exhibit 10 again to the jury, which is the Rosar surveillance video. So I have positive at 6:04:26. Did you just observe a vehicle come in on the right side of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And would it be okay if I had Detective Crane point to where that vehicle is on the screen?
You may. I want to leave this just in case it's Chris.
All right, Mr. Bashir and I stay.
Yes.
So the vehicle that just pulled into the parking lot we're referring to is the one right there with the lights illuminated on the driving across, I guess, west on the north end of the parking lot.
And, could you point that out one more time?
Yeah, so this is the vehicle we're referring to here with the, see the headlight and the tail lights right here.
And ultimately, were you able to determine who that belonged to?
Yes, that vehicle was, belonged to Mr. Brashear.
Push play, and I slowed it down. Okay, so the vehicle, do you still see the vehicle belonging to Mr. Brashear?
Yes, it's now backed in to a parking stall facing east in that corner there. Lights still appear to be on.
And the headlights of Mr. Brashear's vehicle just came on.
Correct, they're just turned off.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right here. In that corner, there is a vehicle that is leaving the parking lot. Now that that vehicle has moved from its parking stall, are you able to see the vehicle belonging to Mr. Mast?
Yes, I am.
And can you please point that out?
There's a white vehicle, you can hardly see from back there. And then the Dodge Grand Caravan is parked just behind it on the screen.
Okay, I'm going to stop it again. There is a person walking on the left side. Could you please point that out? And were you able to determine who that person is during your investigation?
Yeah, that was Mr. Mast's sister, Betty.
Okay, so now there's additional movement down towards the Mr. Brashear vehicle and Mr. Mast vehicle. Could you describe what is happening?
Yeah. Mr. Brashear has exited the Suburban and is walking towards where John Mast was. nearest vehicle.
And so can you point to the area now when I push play, and that the jury should be paying attention to? When I push play. And could you describe if you see anything significant?
Yes, so Mr. Bashir is walking on the passenger side of the Grand Caravan. Betty's approaching, it looks like the left rear of the van. Can't see John at that time. So Betty is moving away from John, and you actually can see a muzzle flash. When it's played in real time, you can see, a muzzle flash from a shot being fired, and it also kind of looks like some smoke or fog from under powder that you can actually see when it's played in real time, just behind that white SUV in between those vehicles.
And so now do you see Mr. Bashir in the frame?
Yes.
And could you please point where he is?
Can you back it up just a little bit?
Do you-
Well, not if it's good.
Okay, so we're back. We're back at 6:04, so we need to wait just another minute or so for it to happen.
Cookie, or we'll pause right there. John Mast is running away down here. Eddie is backing up, and Mr. Brashear is standing.
And now, what direction is Mr. Bishop?
It appears he's going back towards his vehicle.
Thank you. I am done with the. So you testified that once you responded to the police department that evening, one of your primary responsibilities was speaking with Mr. Brashear.
Yes.
And where did you speak with him at?
So in the detective section, there's 2 interview rooms, and it was interview room number 2, which is the larger of the 2.
And so you went into one of the interview rooms?
Yes,
And when you went in there, did you read a Miranda?
I did.
And did he agree to speak with you?
Yes.
When you began speaking with him, how did he describe the investigation?
Almost immediately, referring to the case, he said it's open and shut, and that he knew he would have to pay a price for what he did.
So how did you begin your interview? Did you get background information from him?
So during the process of reading him his Miranda rights, I think, would have got his name and middle initial, and then kind of read through some of it with him to make sure he understood, and then he signed it. And then I just asked him to tell me about what happened.
Okay. And did he also tell you about his employment?
Yeah, he did mention that he had worked, I believe, was in a federal prison. I think he said for 5 years and 1 day, maybe.
And did he also tell you where he lives?
Yes, that he said he lives up in Winchester, Idaho.
And you said you basically asked him to tell you what happened. Did he describe to you what his morning was like?
Yes, he said that he drove down from Winchester in his wife's vehicle with his wife with him, dropped her off at work out in Lapway, and then came to Lewiston and met up with his daughter Becky, and that they went to breakfast, I think is what he said, but breakfast or lunch.
And did he tell you whether something happened at breakfast or lunch regarding custody exchange?
Yes, he said that Becky got a call from her attorney and informed her that there was going to be a custody exchange that evening at 6 p.m.
Did he tell you after they got that phone call what he did next?
Yeah, he said they went to multiple different agencies to get assistance in preventing the custody exchange from happening. And ultimately that they came to the Nez Perce County Courthouse to apply for a protection order, which right up to business closing, or when the courthouse closed around 5 p.m. And he told me that the protection order was not granted or denied, that there'd be a hearing at a later date.
Did he tell you what he did after he left the courthouse around 5 p.m.?
Yes, he said he and Becky went up to Becky's apartment and that Becky began getting items ready for the kids, packing bags and that sort of thing, preparing for the custody exchange.
Did he tell you where the custody exchange was going to take place?
Yes, he told me it was going to be at Rosar's.
Was there a specific location at Rosar's?
Yeah, near I think it's a library or a book drop box, which is in that northwest corner of that parking lot.
And did he tell you what he did when he got to Becky's?
Yes, he was from what he said, he was inside the apartment for a while, and then he also described that, the plan was he was going to take the Suburban, which Becky had been driving, what was registered to him and that sort of thing, back up to Winchester to do some mechanical repairs on it for her. So he was essentially switching vehicles with Becky, and Becky was going to be driving the other one, and that he removed the gun, the handgun that had been in the center console of his wife's vehicle that he had drove down, and placed it on the passenger seat of the Suburban.
And did you ask him about where he normally stores his gun?
Yeah. Yeah, he said, he reminded me he has a concealed weapons permit. And then he said that he almost always carries a gun with him, unless his wife's around sometimes, but that he always keeps it in the center console or the glove box of the vehicle he's driving.
And this time, where did he put the gun when he moved it to the Suburban?
On the passenger seat.
After he switched cars, did he tell you what he did next?
Yeah, he said he left towards Rosar's, and he said that he made up his mind that he was going to kill John, and drove to Rosar's, showed up at Rosar's, waited until John showed up, and walked over and shot him.
When he got to Rosar's, did he explain where he went in the Rosar's parking lot?
I don't remember specifically just going into detail about where he parked in the Rosar's parking lot, and I didn't ask him. But presumably towards the location for the custody exchange near the book drop box.
And did he tell you when he saw John Mast?
Yeah, he said initially that he wasn't sure if it was John. And then I asked him if he knew what John drove, or I don't know if I asked him that. He said he knew what John drove and he didn't know what he looked like, but he wasn't sure at first.
And at some point he recognized him as John Mast. What was John doing when he recognized him?
Yeah, so he said that it appeared to him that John was like securing a car seat in the van, or messing with equipment inside the vehicle, and that he walked over to him and said, "Hey, John," and then when he turned around, he shot him in the chest. And then he said that John turned around and ran, and he followed him and shot him, he thought 3 more times in the back as he was running away.
Did he explain to you when he got out of the Suburban what he did with the gun?
He did. He said that he held the gun behind his back so that John wouldn't see it when he walked from the Suburban to where John was.
Did he tell you approximately how far he was from John when he shot him?
Yeah, he said he thought it was only 4 feet when he shot him the first time.
Did he tell you if he saw anyone who was near John?
Yeah, he was really articulate about, and I didn't ask, but he said he saw John's sister Betty standing to the right, which I presume was John's left, based on the video and the context of how he said that. And he said he saw her there and wanted to make sure she didn't get hurt during the shooting.
After he was done shooting, did he tell you what he did next?
Yeah, he said that he went back to his Suburban, went back to the vehicle, removed the magazine from the handgun, cleared the round out of the chamber of the handgun, and then put that round back into the magazine, put the items on the hood of the vehicle. And he did tell me that he then put his hands up in the air, but then kind of got tired because when law enforcement arrived, they were trying to render aid.
Did he tell you if he did anything with his phone while he was at the Suburban?
Yeah, he said that he texted his. Initially, he said he called her, but his wife Robin. He said he called her, and then he kind of changed and said that he texted her, "It's done," and then she called him and asked, what he was talking about.
During your investigation, did you drive from Becky's home to Rosar's?
Yes.
And approximately how long did it take you?
It was 2 minutes and 44 seconds with green lights.
About how long did you speak with the defendant on February 5th of 2021?
My actual conversation with him, I think, was right at about 55 minutes, but it was over the course of, I think, an hour and 45 minutes or so, more than an hour and a half. But during a significant portion of that time, I had exited the interview room and was interviewing Becky, and then went back in and recontact.
And what was his demeanor like when you were speaking with him?
He was calm and very direct and matter of fact.
And during your conversation, how would he refer to John Mast?
He referred to John as the victim multiple times, I think at least 4 times, referred to him as a victim.
Did he ever discuss with you John Mast's condition?
Yes, at one point, and I didn't know John's condition at the time, and I told Mr. Brashear that I wasn't sure of his condition, and he responded, he said, "I killed him, I hope I did kill him. I'm gonna do time for it."
Did he ever say to you whether he had thought about this before?
Yeah, he said he's probably thought about it 100 times.
And did he ever tell you what you will have to do with him, meaning with Mr. Brashear?
Yeah, he said something to the effect of, throw me in jail or execute me or do whatever you do to people, like him, referring to, in the situation. And then he said, "I know I committed a crime."
And did he say anything else? As far as what he will have to do? You may have already testified to this, but did he say to you that he knows that he will have to pay a price for what he did?
Yeah, he did say that.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. President, cross-examination.
Thank you. Is it detective?
It's officer now.
Okay,
Never rotated out.
all right, so officer, this is the first time you had met James Brashear, is that true?
That's true.
And so you contacted him at the Lewiston Police Department for this interview. That's the first time you were able to introduce yourself to him?
Yes, sir.
Your understanding was he'd already given a statement to at least one other officer?
Yes,
That was out in the parking lot, seated in the back of the patrol car.
yes,
And you've been sitting in the back of the courtroom during the course of this trial because you're the case agent, right?
yes, sir.
So you saw that video, that's the one that the jury was shown, true?
Yes,
You spent in direct contact with Mr. Brashear about 55 minutes?
yeah, really close to that.
Okay. But he was in that interview room at least an hour and 45 minutes,
Correct.
potentially more. Did he have to wait for you to arrive, if you know?
Not very long. I think it would have been under 2 hours. I was on duty anyway, but in a different part of the city, so it would have been maybe another 10 minutes.
All right, fair enough. Now, you indicated part of the reason while he was there an hour and 45 minutes, part of the reason you only talked with him directly for 55 minutes is you were also talking with Becky Breshear, right?
Correct.
You said there are 2 interview rooms?
Yes.
Was she in the other interview room?
Yes, she was.
Take a wild guess, interview room number 1?
Yes, sir.
Where are interview room number 1 and number 2 in comparison to each other?
So interview room number 1 is right off of the lobby. It's almost like a hallway. It's partitioned off with 2 separate doors. And it's probably only 40 feet, 45 feet down the hallway from interview room number 2.
Are your interview rooms sound protected?
Not with like sound deadening panels or any of that sort of thing. However, the interview room number 2 that Mr. Breshear would have been in, it's a cinder block wall interview room with a hallway on the other side that connects to dispatch. So they're not soundproof, but there is no way that any of the conversation being had in the 2 interview rooms could have been heard between those individuals at that.
Can you hear, even if you can't make out the words, can you hear people outside of interview room number 2 when the doors close?
Yeah.
But what you're saying is hard to make out conversations, so he's having a conversation.
Yeah, but I guess I was more referring to the 2 different interview rooms. But you can definitely hear people in the investigations section from that interview room. You can hear.
Okay, fair enough. Did Mr. Breshear know that you were also interviewing Becky Breshear?
I think I told him that I was going to go talk to Becky.
Okay. In fact, at some point, at least one point, maybe a few during your interview with him, he was often insistent that he was the only one who had anything to do with this decision to shoot Mr. Mast. Is that true?
That's true.
You actually did investigate that possibility, correct? That somebody else might have been involved?
Yes,
Specifically Becky Breshear, right?
that's correct.
And so you were awfully interested why James Breshear was driving the Suburban on this occasion.
Yes, sir.
Because that car, if you were Mr. Mast, I mean, that car was associated with Becky Breshear, correct?
Yes.
So the information that you got about the repairs that needed to be done to that Suburban, those did check out, didn't they?
Yeah.
So you had the city mechanics inspect the brakes of that vehicle?
Yeah, the brakes and like the rear lighting system. I think there was a turn signal or a tail light as well, or a combination of those.
Yes, sir. And the brakes in particular, they were in bad shape, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
You were told that they were metal on metal, and they had been for quite some time.
Yes, sir.
So that vehicle did need to be repaired.
Yes.
And there, in fact, was at least some items that in the car that would have been useful in making those repairs. correct?
Yeah, one small item, but
Sure.
Yeah.
But there was something.
Yeah.
It had apparently been recently purchased.
I don't know if it had been recently purchased, but it was right out on the, in the open, I think on the center console.
Okay, gotcha. You also, during the course of your investigation, you seized Mr. Breshear's phone.
Yes.
You also, and these were done by way of search warrants, correct?
Mr. Breshear's was, he consented. He said, go ahead and look through my phone, I'll open it up for you, but we seized it and then applied for a search warrant.
Sure. Better safer than sorry in this sort of investigation, true enough.
Yes.
Okay, and Becky Breshear, you were also able to look at her phone.
Yes.
That included call data, in other words, telephone calls actually made to and from each of these phones,
Yes,
and text message information, correct?
yes, sir.
Was there information in those text messages and or phone calls that also substantiated that the vehicle was going to be repaired that way?
Yes.
Your information after talking with Mr. Brashear, and in fact, I guess Becky Brashear, is that the original plan was that Mr. Brashear was going to drive into town from Winchester, driving what was his wife's vehicle, right?
Yes,
Her name is Robin.
yes.
Did you know what kind of vehicle that was?
It was an SUV. Can't remember if it was a Kia or a Hyundai SUV, but it was an SUV.
Kia, would that be fair enough?
We can call it. I don't remember exactly, and I don't think I ever put eyes on it.
Okay, we'll just call it, this Brashear's vehicle. Okay. So, he drove that vehicle when he came into town. Did he say where he drove it to?
No, I assumed, I presumed that him and Becky had been driving that vehicle, like he had picked Becky up if they switched vehicles, but I never asked him directly, so I don't know. He just said that he dropped Robin off at work in Lapway. And then from there we went to, it was mealtime, where they went to breakfast or lunch. So I don't know exactly where. And I didn't even, I didn't ask specifically what restaurant we went to or anything either. So.
We'll just call it dining like that.
Yep.
So they had this attempt to have at least a meal, and it's during that meal that a phone call comes in. You said it was from Becky Brashear's attorney.
Yes, that was my understanding, and it was, according to Mr. Brashear, right around noon.
And did you understand where that attorney would have been located?
I assumed that the attorney was in North Dakota.
Okay. You had information that whatever custody, proceedings were occurring between Mr. Mast and Becky Brashear, those proceedings were occurring in North Dakota.
Yes.
So there was a judge making rulings in North Dakota, not necessarily here in Lewiston, Idaho. That's what your investigation revealed.
Yeah, regarding the custody. Yeah.
All right, so it was apparently a North Dakota judge who ordered this visitation with Mr. Mast and his grandchildren, correct?
That was my understanding.
Both from Becky Brashear and from James Brashear, you learned that they were very concerned about an unsupervised visit between Mr. Mast and his grandchildren, correct, or his children.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay as to both Becky and the defendant.
Just asking the steps that he took and let them work out the truth from that.
I'll overrule the objection at this point. I'll answer the question.
Yeah, he did express concern about that unsupervised visitation.
And that's in fact, as you understood what you were being told, what drove he and his daughter Becky to go to authorities to seek a protective order, correct?
Yes, to prevent the custody exchange.
And that order would have prevented Mr. Mast from having this unsupervised visit with his children over the weekend.
Had it been granted, it
Had it
would
been
have.
granted,
Yes.
that was what they were seeking, correct?
Yes.
And where did he tell you that he and Becky Brashear went to attempt to obtain this order?
Objection, Your Honor, as to hearsay.
I will sustain that objection.
I'm not offering for proof, I'm off, I'll
It's not a statement of a party opponent at this point. That's right.
Did you understand that he and his daughter had made efforts to obtain a protective order that day?
Yes.
Did Mr. Brashear express to you that during your, 55 minutes in direct contact with Mr. Brashear, you indicated he was, in your exact wording, calm? Is that the word?
Yeah.
Did he show any emotion that you observed?
Yeah, I mean, different emotions. I mean, he was clearly, he would, when talking about the custody exchange,
Yes, sir.
he would, he was upset about it.
What was it that you observed in Mr. Brashear while he talked about his custody issues that caused you to conclude that he was upset?
It's kind of hard to describe. It's like frustration with just, and a lot of it was the language being, the verbiage and him explaining that. But at the same time, he was just really articulate and direct, and there wasn't a lot of, given that I have never met him before to have a baseline, spending nearly an hour with somebody, there was not much variation in his emotions, his tone of voice, his flow of speech, any of those things. That's why I use that. It seemed like he was calm and a matter of fact.
That's fair enough, and yet when you say that, you do admit you didn't have much to go on as far as who he is and how he acted. I'd like to talk with you about your testimony about him switching cars. This was apparently at the apartment. In fact, let me back up a little more. Did he talk to you about anything that happened inside the apartment while he was in there? With Becky Brashear was present inside the apartment, according to him?
Objection, Your Honor, if he's at the hearsay response.
What was testified?
I'll allow the question at this time. I do recall that he testified similarly.
Did you talk about anything that happened inside the apartment?
Yes.
Remind the jury what you described happened inside the apartment.
I don't remember exactly. I thought I just said that he at some point did go inside the apartment, and Becky was preparing, like, packing clothes and those sort of items for the custody exchange for the kids.
Did you talk about anything, any reactions that showed up?
Yes, he did.
What did you say?
Objection, Your Honor.
I will sustain that objection on hearsay.
So you've indicated that according to Mr. Brashear, when he goes outside the apartment after whatever happened in the apartment, he talked about the fact they actually did, even though they had already attempted to get this protective order.
Yes,
Do you recall what time all of that occurred? And
Yeah, I
as he
do.
was leaving the apartment, about what time did you understand?
But so, well, if I don't, I'll try to answer the best I can. I have a couple questions. So, sounded like it was right up until almost 5 p.m. was my understanding. It was really close to 5 p.m. that they heard from a judge that said that they were not going to rule or grant a temporary protection order, and they would hear from them Monday. Or they would have a hearing on Monday.
Are you around this courthouse very often?
I am.
What time is this courthouse closed?
It would be fine.
How about on a Friday?
Could be earlier.
Was COVID going on at this time?
It was. I don't remember when the courthouse would have been closing at the time, but it was definitely during February 2021 of COVID.
So there would have been COVID limitations in place as well. Is that fair to say?
Probably. I don't remember exactly what they were over here, but I'm sure it was everywhere.
You understood that Mr. Brashear had a concealed pistol permit, yes?
Yes.
Did he also tell you that he was a hunter's safety instructor?
I don't remember if he told me that, but I remember learning that, during this trial.
Okay. So you understood that he was taking the Suburban, yes?
Yes.
Yet you did know that he had placed his pistol inside the center console of the small SUV that belonged to Robin Brashear. True?
True.
Somebody trained in firearm safety wouldn't want to leave a pistol inside the center console of a small car that was about to be transporting children. Is that fair to say?
I would say that's fair to say.
So that would have been a good decision on Mr. Brashear's part to ensure the gun was not in that center console of the car the children were about to be transported. Would you agree to that?
Yes, I would.
And so you understood that he took the gun, he put it inside the vehicle he was going to be leaving. Yes?
Yes, on the passenger seat.
Indicated he told you he was heading to Roseout, but during your interview, did he give you any indication that he considered going to get his wife in Lapway, Idaho?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Probably just a minute longer than me. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect on those questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Right, just one moment. You testified that when Mr. Buckby was asking you questions, that you've been in the courtroom the entire time and you're familiar with the evidence in the case.
Yes.
And you're familiar with, Mr. Buckby asked you that Mr. Bashir had previously made statements to Officer Lyons
Yes.
prior to talking to you. The statements that the defendant made to you, are those consistent with the statements he made to Officer Lyons?
Yes.
And are all of these statements consistent with the evidence in the case?
Yes.
I would object and move this right. That is a question for the jury to decide.
You're objecting to the testimony that the statements are consistent with the evidence of the case. That's what you're moving to strike?
Yes, the state is asking the witness to testify about the consistency of the evidence. That is a question for the jury to decide.
Ms. Smith?
Your Honor, as the case agent, he's familiar with all of the evidence in the case, and I think he can testify to his assessment of the evidence, and which he has also previously testified related to that, about whether that lines up with what the defendant told him during his investigation.
And that's how I understood it as well. I'll overrule the objection, not for the record. Thank you.
And you also testified that you agree that it's just a part of firearm safety to remove the gun from the vehicle that the kids would be in.
Yes. It's the responsible thing to do if young kids are going to be in there to not allow them access to firearms.
Okay, but you would also agree that moving the gun to the vehicle is necessary if you intend on killing their dad?
Yes, and I noted that he previously said he always keeps.
Objection is asked and answered.
I'll sustain that.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Buckby, any recross?
I hope briefly, regarding the statements that you're aware of as the case agent on this case, you testified to some of the statements that Mr. Bashir made to you during this 55 minutes that you spent with him, correct?
Yes.
Not all of them, though, have you?
No.
In fact, he gave you a lot more information in detail that you have not shared with the jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's all I have for today.
Yes, sir, please, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer. You may step down. We are awfully close to the noon hour. Why don't we go ahead and take our meeting recess? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that we're running a little bit ahead of schedule at this point. If we take an hour, if we come back to 1 o'clock, is that sufficient for your needs in terms of getting lunch? All right, and council, that work for you?
That's fine.
All right, let's go ahead and come back, start again at 1 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to read you this instruction one more time. During the course of this trial, you are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. With that, all rise for the jury this evening. You see my clock?
right.
Please be seated. This seat's- Okay. All right, the party's ready to proceed. Yes, sir. All right. Why don't we return the jury and then we'll get started. Oh, actually, before we do that, let me make sure we're on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear, Nez Perce County case CR 35-21-815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Bugby. Mr. Coleman, Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. And if you'll please rise, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Coleman. You're on the state list, this case. All right, thank you very much. The state has rested. Ladies and gentlemen, given that the state has rested its case at this point, I have two very brief matters that I need to take up with the attorneys outside your presence. I'm going to excuse you back for hopefully less than 5 minutes. I know, I get it. But I promise you that this shouldn't take very long, and then we will come back and it will be the defense's opportunity to put on a case if they so desire. So with that, let me give you this quick admonition one more time. During the course of the trial, you're instructed that you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. This should be very brief. And by brief, I'm hoping not to overpromise and underdeliver again, but I'm thinking maybe 5 minutes. So with that, we'll excuse you to the jury and we'll be right back. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Buckley, I'm told that you have a motion you'd like to make. You may. I know, Mr. Buckley, I'm happy.
I would motion under Rule 29 to dismiss this case for the state's failure to make a prima facie showing to support the charge of first-degree murder as charged in the information. I bring the motion, Judge, at this point to protect my client's rights on appeal in case that would be necessary. And going forward during the course of the remainder of the trial, to do. I know the court is very aware of the record and the evidence that has been admitted, so I'm not going to rehash that at this point. And that's all that I have.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman or Ms. Smith, would you like to respond?
Yes, Your Honor, the state requests the court deny the defendant's motion. The state has proven all of the elements of the offense of murder in the first degree, including premeditation beyond a reasonable doubt, and believes there's sufficient evidence to present this case to the jury, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Buckley, thank you very much. The standard in a Rule 29 motion is whether the evidence is sufficient to sustain a conviction. I agree with the state. I've heard enough to send it to the jury. I think there's enough for them to make a decision. And so based on that, I'm going to respectfully deny your motion at this time. I will note it for the record though, so I appreciate you doing that. And then while we are outside the presence of the jury, my understanding is that, well, from our discussions in chambers as well as your opening statement, that Mr. Brashear intends to take the stand. Is that correct?
That's right.
And is my understanding that you intend to call him next?
We are first.
All right, so since he will be your first witness, Mr. Brashear, I need to have just a brief discussion with you about some of the rights that you enjoy because you are charged with a criminal offense. To remember that you have a constitutional right to remain silent during your trial. And that's a, I'm going to have you speak up into the microphone so we can record your.
I understand that.
Thank you. Do you understand that because the state has the burden of proof, the law does not require you to testify in order to win your case?
I understand that.
You understand that if you testify, you will be subject to cross-examination by the prosecutor.
I understand that also.
Do you understand that if you do not testify, the prosecutor cannot mention this to the jury or suggest that failing to testify is an indication of guilt?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Have you made a decision as to whether you will testify at your trial?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And what is that decision?
I will testify.
Thank you. And you understand that that decision, well, let me ask this, is your decision to testify based upon consultation with your attorney?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
And you understand that your decision to testify or not to testify, either testify or not to testify is solely your decision and your decision.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
And have you had enough time to talk about this with your attorney, including the pros and cons of either testifying or not testifying?
I have, yes, sir.
Has anyone used any force or pressure in making you arrive at that decision?
No, sir.
And have you come to your decision freely and voluntarily?
Would you say it again?
Have you come to your decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right, thank you very much. The court hereby finds and concludes that the defendant has made a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary decision to waive his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and to testify, and I will allow it. Is there anything else that we need to take up before we return the jury?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right. If you will please rise, we will return the jury. All right, thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Bugby, you may call your first witness.
Call James Brashear.
Thank you, Mr. Brashear. Mr. Brashear, if you would please stand and face my clerk and be sworn. Thank you.
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Mr. Brashear, if you would please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. My perception is that you're somewhat soft-spoken, so I'm going to ask you to move that microphone close. And if you could state and spell your name for the record, please.
James Robert Brashear, Brashear.
Thank you. Mr. Bugby, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Brashear, how old are you?
69.
So back on February 5 of 2021, about how old were you then?
67. Okay. When? Repeat that,
The day
please.
this incident occurred, how old were you?
67.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about your background, okay? So first of all, where were you born?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Do you have any brothers and sisters?
3 older sisters and 1 older brother and 1 younger brother.
Okay. So at some point, did you lose your father?
When I was 11 years old, yes, sir.
Did that create any financial hardships on your family?
After the assets and
Darrell, I'm
was
going to
sold,
change that movement, so that's not a question at this time.
I'm gonna overrule it, I'm gonna allow him, I think he's entitled to introduce his client. Thank you.
Did that create losing your father? Any financial hardships on your family?
yeah, very much so. It took a long time to get Social Security. All our assets were gone. And my mother, my younger brother, and myself ended up moving to a low-income type housing situation.
All right. And ultimately, was your family's income based on your mother's Social Security?
Yes, sir, and it wasn't that much back then. It was not very much.
At a young age, did you start working to kind of help the family?
I did a bunch of odd jobs, whatever I could do to make a little extra money and bring it home and surprise her. And she was a very good mom. We had a loving home.
How old were you when you started working?
Probably around 11 and a half or 12, around in there. I was a big kid too, though.
Did you graduate from high school?
I did not.
Why not?
I dropped out early so that I could bring money into the house. I started off doing repairing roofs. I learned how to repair roofs, construction jobs. I started learning different things, painting houses, cutting lawns, whatever I could do.
So leading up to, let's say, age 17, I mean, who was living in your house with
My younger brother, myself, and my mother.
you? And so your work, you were helping to support the 3 of you.
Yes, sir. Other than the Social Security, of course.
Did you ultimately get a GED?
I did.
You have a high school equivalency education.
That's correct.
At 17, did you look at other ways that you might be able to make a living? And
I did.
I got to hear my question. Did you look at other ways to maybe make a living and help support your mom and your younger brother?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you look into at that time?
I had an older brother that was in the Marine Corps, and I kind of idolized him, really thought that was pretty cool. So I tried to enlist in the regular military, but I was too young at that point, so I enlisted in the reserve unit.
How long were you in a reserve unit?
About a year, because when I turned 18, I was eligible to join the real
What branch did you join?
Air Force.
How long were you in the Air Force?
About 6 years and a few months.
What was the time frame that you served in the U.S. Air Force?
73 to 78.
Were you sent overseas during your service?
Yes, sir.
Where were you sent?
One time to Thailand and then Vietnam.
Did you have any special training?
I was a jet engine mechanic. Worked on test cells, running up engines, checking them out, repairing jet engines, particularly the J79 and F-111s.
While you were overseas, that was during the Vietnam War,
Yes, sir.
and were you performing duties as a jet engine aircraft mechanic while you were overseas?
I was.
Did you have any other duties and responsibilities during that service?
For a duration, I was put on a special team to go in and take parts off of down the aircraft. And there was a special ops team, and when each guy had a different profession, if you will. Security too.
You say you went down to get equipment off downed aircraft. You mean aircraft that had been shot down?
Shot down, crashed, whatever we could recover. Some of the parts, of course, were classified. They didn't want them getting them. And some of them were just worth a lot of money, so if they could recover it, it was worth doing.
Okay, and that was part of your responsibilities as an aircraft?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever captured?
Yes, sir.
So, and talk about that. How long were you a prisoner?
About 9.5 days.
How were you freed?
A special team come in and got me and the other people out.
During
9
that,
days doesn't seem long, but it's a long time there.
during that period that you served in the U.S. Air Force, I mean, when did it come to an end?
78, I got an honorable discharge.
After you discharged, did you come back to the United States?
I did, yes.
Where did you return?
To Tucson, Arizona, where my mother and 2 sisters live.
So had they relocated from St. Louis while you were overseas?
Actually, I enlisted from Tucson,
Okay,
so we had moved there at that point.
so after returning to the United States, what kind of work did you do in Tucson?
Your Honor, I just want to renew my objection at this time.
It's entitled to tell the story.
I am going to overrule it, but ask you to move along.
We're getting there.
Thank you.
What kind of work did you do?
I'm sorry, can you read?
You returned to the United States and went to Tucson, Arizona.
Oh.
What kind of work were you doing?
I worked at a car lot for a while, detailing cars and what have you. Then I went back to painting houses and different things.
At some point, did you go to Salt Lake City?
Yes, my older sister moved to Salt Lake, and my mom decided she wanted to be by her because of medical. My sister was a big help to her, medical problems. So we moved to Salt Lake.
Did something significant in your life happen in Salt Lake City?
Best thing that's ever happened in my life happened there.
What was that?
I met my wife.
Your wife is Robin? You guys married? What year did you marry?
Didn't get in trouble. I believe it was 84. Let's see, 81. And I think I met her in 81 and we got married in 82.
How many years have you been married?
40.
You're still married today.
Yes, sir. Love her like the day I met her.
Yeah. Did you have children together?
Just 9.
9 kids.
Yes, sir.
Boys and girls?
3 boys, 6 girls.
Not the opposite? Opposite. How many boys did you have? How many sons do you have?
6 boys, 3 girls.
Okay.
Sorry.
What kind of work have you done during the course of your life, Mr. Brashear?
Majority of the time, printing business. And when I say printing business, I did the binding part of it. Making binding books up with high-speed machines.
Where did you start doing that?
St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay. Now, was that after you were married?
Yes, sir.
So did you get into that because your wife's father was in that industry?
Yes, sir. Her father moved from Salt Lake City to St. Louis. It's just coincidental. It's not because I was born there or anything. But that played into it. But when her family moved there, he was an executive in a large printing company and offered me a job in the beginning with good benefits, medical, but had good wages. As an apprentice, then I later on became a journeyman.
How long do you think you lived in St. Louis, Missouri and worked in that industry?
All these dates are rough because I'm not really good with dates, but roughly 3 years.
Okay. And then you went somewhere else?
Yes, sir. We went to Florida.
Did you continue in the same career in Florida?
I did.
How many years were you in Florida?
Roughly 10.
About when was it that you left the printing industry?
After we left Florida
Okay. And when you left Florida, where did you go?
to Wisconsin.
Why did you move to Wisconsin?
Well, I had the job offer managing an auto zone, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been another reason, but we wanted to live in a rural town, get out of big cities. It was always our dream to live where there was off-grid people and kind of live rustic.
Okay. Things work out in Wisconsin?
For a long time, for 2 or 3 years, yeah, but then we decided to move to Libby, Montana for a short period of time.
Ultimately, where did you end up?
I don't know,
When did you retire, sir?
around 2004.
Is that while you were living in Wisconsin?
I believe so, yes.
What was the reason for your retirement at that time?
I'm a 100% disabled veteran and couldn't work anymore.
Bring you back here for a moment. Florida. You were working in the printing industry there, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you work in a federal prison during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Now, it sounded a little bit from the detective's testimony that maybe you were in prison. Is that true?
No, sir.
What was the reason you were working in a federal prison?
Well, I worked for a company called Pride of Florida, and they put businesses into a prison, teach inmates the trade, if you will. In my case, it was binding and printing. And then when they get out, they have a rehab situation where they try to get them a job, or where they hopefully do get them a job. And they automatically have a trade, basically.
You were helping to train inmates so they could come back into society productively.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What brought you to Idaho?
Ministry, for one thing. There were some people here that wanted us to move and be by them. And once again, rural area, small town, up on a prairie. And we fell in love with it.
Where did you move when you moved here?
To Winchester, Idaho.
How long have you lived in Idaho now?
I'm gonna guess and say around 12 years.
Were you having your children as your family travel to these different locations?
Yes.
Have you been involved in your children's lives?
As much as I've been able to.
Feel like you're an active parent?
I feel like I was when I was real healthy.
What sorts of things, as your kids were growing up, did you do with them?
Larry, do you want objection, Your Honor?
He's got that right.
I'm gonna overrule it, but I'm gonna ask you to move them on.
What sorts of things did you do with your kids as they were growing up?
Well, I was very active in sports with the boys and the girls, or some of the girls. My daughters went through a couple of them with ballet. I was always there for that. I coached Little League, football, basketball, taught hunter safety. We went hunting together, fishing together, hiking, picnics, and also did a lot of ministry together. So my whole life was with my family.
When your children started having kids, did you continue to do those things with your grandchildren?
As much as I could.
Where are your children and your grandchildren living now?
I have 2 grandchildren in Florida, 2 in Colorado, and the rest are here.
I want to talk to you about, in particular, one of your children. Okay, let's talk about Becky. Okay. So Becky was married to John Mast, is that correct?
That's correct.
Where did Becky and John meet?
In Libby, Montana.
Is that while you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a recollection of how long they were married?
I don't. I'm sorry.
They were divorced as of February 5, 2021. Is that true?
You mean, were they divorced at that time?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
How long had they been divorced on that day?
I honestly can't put a date on it. I don't know.
Do you have a sense of how long it was?
Five or 6 years, maybe. I don't know.
They've been divorced for a while.
Yes.
Certainly a matter of years.
I'm gonna back up. Probably around 3 years.
Okay, but it was years. Yes, that's what I meant.
2+.
There were still, though, some issues regarding child custody.
Yes.
That had to do with your grandchildren. What are your grandchildren's names that you have with Becky?
Shira and Zane.
Let me, I want to talk to you about February 5 of 2021, okay? So when you woke up on that day, did you have any reason to believe that two grandchildren would be spending any unsupervised time with John Mast over the weekend?
Not at all, wasn't concerned.
Was that in any way even within the realm of your imagination?
I figured it was impossible.
The issues about custody, those were ongoing
Yes.
over that 3-year period?
Yes, sir.
And were there kind of developing visitation issues during that period?
Oh, yeah, constantly.
So was it within the realm of possibility that any time close to February 5, 2021, that John Mast might get a supervised visit?
We were assured by,
Well, that's a simple question. I'm just looking for a simple answer right now.
no,
You want me to answer it or ask you again?
yeah, please.
Within that time frame, anywhere around February 5, 2021, would it have been within the realm of your imagination that John Mast would get a supervised visit?
No, impossible.
No, supervised.
Well,
With,
supervised, yes,
Yes.
yes.
that was something that
Sorry, I
could,
thought you said that.
and I'm asking you that because I want to bring you, and I will jump around a little bit, so I'll give you an idea of where I'm going before I ask the question, okay? But let me bring you to this restaurant we heard of, and this meal that you were going to share with your daughter, Becky, right?
Yes,
You recall that?
yes.
Some of the testimony is that would have happened sometime around noon, maybe a little before. I guess it could have been after, but it hasn't been really firmly established. Do you recall when that meal occurred?
Like Detective Crane said, it was somewhere around 11. We can call it lunch or whatever you want to call it, but between 11 and 12.
Did you ever eat anything that day?
I don't recall being able to. I believe that we ordered our meal, but I don't believe we ate it. And I'm sure we didn't finish it.
If you don't eat, is that a problem for you?
I'm on a lot of medication, and my wife always tells me, she told me last night, make sure you eat lunch because it'll affect you if you don't.
Okay, and I guess I'll let you know I'm not necessarily asking what other people have told you.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you this. Your daughter did get a phone call that day.
Yes,
That was over your meal.
yes.
And I'm using the word meal purposely because you don't recall whether it was breakfast or lunch. I don't. Okay. What did you notice about whether or not Becky's demeanor changed during the course of that phone call?
Oh, that changed greatly.
How was she before the phone call as you visited with her?
Oh, we were laughing, giggling, and talking, and enjoying our visit.
Describe how her demeanor changed during the course of the phone call, please.
During the phone call, her face got real tight, and she said something to the effect of, "Oh no,
Okay.
I can't say
I'm
that."
asking what people told you.
Uh,
I want you just to describe physically the reactions that you saw in your daughter during that time she was on the phone.
She looked angry. She looked mixed up. She looked hurt, confused. You know,
How did that make you feel?
I was really worried and concerned for her, and of course, wanted to know what was said and who. I knew who would call because I heard her answer, but I didn't know what was said.
All right, that was my next question. Could you hear the other end of the phone call?
I could not.
So you only heard what she was saying. Did you know who she was on the phone with based on the conversation?
I did. I knew that she was on the phone with her attorney from North Dakota.
All right. Given that knowledge and what you saw from her, were you concerned as a father? Were you concerned as a grandfather?
Yes.
When Becky got off of that call, did you, again, not asking what she might have told you right now, but I mean, did you have a conversation with her about what it was about?
Yes.
Following that conversation, did you have the understanding that Mr. Mast was supposed to get an unsupervised visit?
That was what we was told. That's what I understood it was. Yes.
If, Mr. Bashir, you had been told that he was going to get a supervised visit, would you have been concerned about that?
No.
Why?
It was shared with me that,
I'm gonna object to hearsay statements on the record.
okay, several times in
Hold
the
on a second,
past,
hold on a second. To the extent that he's going to report something that somebody told him, I'm going to sustain that as hearsay.
I'll ask a different question.
Thank you.
Did you feel better about the safety of your grandchildren if a trained professional was there during the visit?
yes,
Do you understand a trained professional would be with John Mast and his children during unsupervised visits?
they would not be.
Who did you believe would be present with John Mast and your grandchildren during an unsupervised visit?
We only guess and say relatives, or I don't know. We don't.
Did you have any information about what the length of this unsupervised visit was proposed to be?
They were to come back on a Monday, I believe.
This was a Friday,
Yes,
and you understood that the children were to be turned over at 6 o'clock in the evening on that Friday. So they would be with Mr. Mast from Friday night until sometime on Sunday? Is that what you testified to?
Sunday evening, we have,
Was that a concern for you?
very much so.
I'd like to know, at that point, when you're learning that information, what kind of physical and emotional reaction you were having to the knowledge that you were getting.
I was really concerned for my daughter, Becky, because she was so upset, so worried, and she was crying. Of course, our day had been ruined, of course. I just couldn't imagine him getting us unsupervised business. I just couldn't believe it.
Okay. Did you come up with a plan to try and avoid having to turn these over to someone else?
Our plan was, what I suggested, by the way, was we need to go to the Idaho CPS office. They had helped us before, and we would try to obtain a protection order,
Okay?
legally.
Did you and Becky go to the Idaho office, or CPS office of the state of Idaho?
We did, and as we did, time was running out on us.
All right. What time, well, I'll leave you after that. Let's talk a little, let me bring you to this office. You know who was it just you and Becky at that point?
It was just me and Becky, and there was a lady there at the office.
You know who that lady was?
I can't remember her name.
That's fine. Did you have a conversation with her?
We did.
Did you state your concerns to this person?
Yes, sir.
When you went into the office, did you personally have a belief that that office would be able to help?
I was very confident because they had helped before, and I figured that they could make a call and we get a protection order and maybe have a hearing next week or whatever. Yeah, I was confident. Yeah.
During the course of that meeting in the CPS office, did you come to believe that that wasn't going to happen with their help?
Yes.
Talk to me about your reaction to that information.
I was upset, dumbfounded. I had a belief in the system, but the system failed. It didn't help me.
Now, you were aware at some point that your daughter was also getting the impression that this wasn't going to get, that office wasn't going to get.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about your observation of her response to receiving that news.
She was angry, she was concerned, very worried for the kids' safety, upset over it, and the lady in Idaho CPS did make a recommendation.
Okay, let me ask you this. After that meeting, did you go somewhere else with that?
We did.
Where did you go after that?
To the counselor that had been working with the children.
Over what period of time did you understand this particular counselor to have worked with your grandchildren?
I don't recall. I know that it had been a while. She was very familiar with the case.
You know that person's name?
Christie Chase,
And did you and Becky meet with her?
we did.
How long do you think you met with her?
Maybe a half hour, or I don't know, I'm not sure, but probably a half an hour.
Let's say, we're gonna work back to that meeting, but let's talk a little bit about time during this day. Do you know what time you left Sherry's from that meal that you couldn't finish?
Roughly, that was about 11:30, 11:40.
And
I'm
did
only
you,
guessing at that, but that's pretty close.
do you recall, Mr. Brashear, if you went directly to the CPS
Oh,
office
yeah, we did,
from Sherry's?
yes.
And did you go directly to Christie Chase's office from the CPS office?
Yes, sir, no stopping, we tried to.
You have a recollection of what time you might have been at Christie Chase's office?
It had to be between 12 and 12:30, right in that area, 12:30.
How long, or what time do you think you might have left your office?
1:30. I'm only guessing roughly 1:30.
So as you went from the CPS office to Christie Chase's office, I understand you were disappointed with the news you got at CPS.
Yes.
But did you still have hopes that you could get a protective order that would relieve the responsibility of bringing the kids to this exchange with Mr. Mast?
Yes, sir. We spent time gathering up prior documents that we helped.
Where did those documents come from?
Previously, Idaho CPS, some positions, some reports, et cetera, documents.
Well, I'm not sure you're answering my specific question. So you said that you spent time, I presume you mean you and Becky,
Yes.
acquiring those documents. Where did you acquire them from on February 5?
I know some was in her apartment. We went to, well, I don't remember what I think we got most of them from her previous reactions.
Did you have to go somewhere other than a CPS office and Christie Chase's office then to acquire some of those documents?
I think we went back to Becky's apartment.
Okay. Did you leave Christie Chase's office with any documentation that would have been attached to a petition for the
We did. We did.
She gave you something?
Yes.
Did she give it to you or did she give it to Becky?
Give it to Becky.
Eventually, did you end up in this courthouse?
Yes, sir.
You know what time you got to this courthouse on February 5th?
Roughly 4:20, 4:15, 4:20, something like that.
2021, we might have still had some COVID restrictions happening. Do you recall whether or not that was true?
We did have.
What kind of restrictions were in place in this courthouse on that day when you visited?
When we walked in, there was a rope, and we walked out in a certain spot. And of course, we explained what we needed. And the lady from upstairs came down the stairs, gave Becky some forms. She had to sit down and fill those forms out.
All right, let me ask you some questions about that. So your intention coming here was to file a petition to get a restraining order?
Yes, sir.
And in order to do that, you had to set out the reasons why Becky felt she was entitled, for one, to protect her kids.
Yes, sir.
So having expressed that that's what you were here for, somebody brought documents to Becky,
Yes.
and she sat down and had to fill them out.
Yes.
Did she have to handwrite them?
Yes.
Did you sit next to her as that was occurring?
I did.
Did you watch her as she was doing it?
Yes.
And that was about what time?
Roughly 4:15, 4:20, somewhere in that area.
What time did you think this courthouse was closing?
5, it was to 5.
This was a Friday?
Yes.
What was Becky's demeanor as she was going through this process of filling out these forms?
Of course, she was rushing because time was of the essence at that point. We ran out of time.
How were you feeling?
I was really concerned. It's like being on a roller coaster all day. First, I thought we were gonna get help from Idaho CPS, we didn't. Went to the consulate, got a letter, figured, boy, that's gonna do it. And then we get somewhere up to the courthouse, we're sitting there filling forms out, couldn't talk to anybody. And, but I still felt I felt that the judge saw what we brought, saw the letter from the consulate that they were forgiven it. I had faith in that.
Did your daughter complete these forms in time to give them to a judge?
Yes.
But she didn't actually give them to a judge, did she?
No, sir, we had to wait for the lady to come back down the steps. And she handed them to her, and the lady took them back up.
That was because of the COVID restrictions?
Yes, sir.
Did your daughter get to take her case to a judge?
Well, no.
Other than in the petition in the writing? Did you have the opportunity to plead for your grandchildren before a judge?
No, sir.
What did happen after these papers were handed over to this lady who went upstairs?
Eventually, the lady came back down the stairs and she said, I'm sorry, but the judge can neither deny it or accept it or give you a protection order, but she's willing to have a hearing on Monday.
How interested were you in having a hearing on Monday?
No.
Why?
Well, the visit would be over with.
Did you even schedule that hearing?
No.
Were you in your daughter's presence when that news was given to her?
Yes.
What did you observe in her reaction? Without saying anything she said, what did you observe about her
He
reaction?
was very angry and upset.
How about you? How did you feel?
Disappointed in this place. Disappointed in the legal system. Very disappointed.
You are
Hurt. I hurt from it. It hurt me.
physically?
Mentally, physically, you name it. I just couldn't believe that there couldn't be something done to stop that. We didn't even know where he was taking them. Wasn't even granted the honor of the privilege of that. He could have left and not brought her back.
You recall crying in this courthouse on that day?
I don't, but I probably did. That's how upset I was.
I don't recall crying in either that CPS office or Chrissy Chase's office.
I broke down pretty bad in Christie's office. I know that. I was crying. It was like a roller coaster. My emotions were just rampant. I mean, one minute we're okay, next minute we're not okay, the next minute we're happy, the next minute it was just unbelievable.
So at this point, what did you decide?
Sat out in the car and Becky said, if I don't, what did we decide? We decided to send the kids to Mast.
Did you have any thoughts about fixing this situation by killing Mr. Mast while you stood in the courthouse that day?
None of them.
What about as you set out in the car and Becky was saying we gotta turn the kids over? Did you have thoughts about killing Mr. Mast at that time?
No.
You didn't have a gun with you that day, didn't you? Well, talk to me about that. That pistol we've seen in some of these pictures, it's a 10 Glock 19 pistol, right? You have to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
Was that your gun?
Yes.
You had a concealed pistol permit, that's been testified to, and you agree that was true?
I agree.
Did you ever practice with that pistol?
Yes.
Why?
For one thing, it's fun. I
Okay,
enjoyed it, and
fair enough.
for another, to be proficient with it.
You were a hunter safety instructor.
Yes, sir.
Is a big part of that teaching firearm safety?
Sure.
Did that,
Yes.
being safe with firearms, does that mean a lot to you?
Oh, yes.
Where would you practice with your weapon?
Well, once in a while at range, but mostly on my property. We had 20 acres and I had a little target set up.
Okay. Do you think you were proficient with that gun?
I wouldn't say I was an expert, but I was pretty proficient.
Did you practice with it enough that you had some habits in relation how you handled it.
Oh, yes.
Talk about some of the habits that you developed through practice.
Always point your weapon in a safe direction.
Okay?
Um, Make sure that it's safe when you put it away. On and on, different things that just become a habit. You just do that.
All right. How about leaving a gun in a place where children might have to be in it?
Never happened.
Never happened?
I would not do that.
Okay. So the gun was with you as you went through or went to these different places that day. Is that correct?
I believe so.
What car were you driving at that time?
I'm pretty sure it was the Kia. We wouldn't have drove the Suburban because of the brakes being bad.
Yeah. In fact, that's the reason you met Becky.
That's correct.
So when you came into town that day, remember when I said I jumped around a little bit, so just follow me here. When you came into town that morning, where did you meet up with Becky?
I believe it was at an apartment.
Did you just pick her up there?
I dropped my wife off at the Lapway Health Clinic, kept her car, and yes, I picked her up.
Your wife worked at the Lapway Health Clinic?
Yes, sir.
How far is that from your house in Winchester?
Probably 20 miles.
So you drive from Lapway to Becky's apartment?
Yes.
And you picked her up, leaving the Suburban at the apartment?
Yes,
And you and Becky went to the restaurant?
that's correct.
Okay, and then everything we've already been discussing occurred. So back out to the parking lot, you're sitting in the car with your daughter. Where do you decide to go?
Back to her apartment so she could get the kids ready.
Where were the kids, by the way, during all of this?
I believe they were with a babysitter at the apartment.
The apartment, do you recall whether it was a school day that day?
I'm assuming it was, but I don't recall one way or another.
If you don't know the answer to this question, that's fine, but do you know if the kids were in school, how they would have got home since Becky was with you?
The sitter would have picked them up.
Is that kind of how things worked in their family?
Yeah, they have,
All right.
or a sister.
Did you go straight back to her apartment?
Yes,
Did you go into the apartment
yes,
with Becky at that time?
yes.
At that point, as you're going into the apartment, what is your intention about what you're going to do with the rest of your day at that time?
I was gonna go to the bathroom and go home.
Did you have to pick up your wife from work that day?
Yeah, she was waiting. She was already late.
What time
I
does
was
she
late.
normally get off work?
I believe it was 5 o'clock.
Okay, so this was after 5 now?
Oh, yeah.
So she was waiting for you 20 minutes away?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything happen inside the apartment that affected your decision about where you ended up that day?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that.
My daughter was in a room to the left of me, packing a suitcase. And Zane was in a room to the right.
Zane is the male.
And, sorry. Zane come out and said,
Objection.
oh, come on. Can I defend myself?
Let me ask you some questions.
Okay.
Did the kids, answer my question. Did your grandchildren, when they woke up on February 5, 2021, have any idea that they would see their father?
No, sir.
When you walked in to the apartment, did you have any reason to believe that your grandchildren had any idea that they were scheduled to see their father?
No.
Did you overhear Becky tell the kids that they were going to see their father very shortly?
I could tell by the kids' reactions that
Okay, that's what I want to ask you about. I want you to describe what you heard about your grandchildren's reaction to receiving the news.
Zane come out of his room and he was begging me to not let him go, make him go.
I got to ask you something. Hold on. Just tell me what you heard or saw about their reaction without using their actual words first.
They were crying and screaming and pleading not to go.
And that was in direct relation to receiving this news?
Yes.
And
that moment that you heard the crying and screaming, when was it that they directed that towards you?
Shira was actually in her room, hiding, if you will, and screaming, please don't make me go, I wanna go. I don't say that, "Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bud.
Your Honor, maybe we could take a break.
Let's take a break. I need to see counsel in chambers.
I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving to take a short recess. During the course of this trial, you're instructed that you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. We will be back as soon as we can. All rise for the jury. Counsel, please see me in chambers. All right. Thank you. All right. Let me take your time. We'll go ahead and go back on the record. It's the state of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear. Nez County case CR 35-21-815. Mr. Brashear is present at the council table with his attorney, Mr. Budby. Mr. Coleman and Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. At the time we recessed, Mr. Brashear is in the process of undergoing direct examination by his attorney. Council, what I intend to do is provide a curative instruction to the jury with regard to the statements that were made directly to the court by the defendant. And I intend to provide the following instruction. You can tell me if you are okay with it or if you object to it. Statements were made by the defendant directly to the court. You are instructed to disregard those statements and do not consider those in your deliberations. Is there any objection to that curative from the state? All right, let's return Mr. Brashear to the witness stand before we bring the jury back. Let's let him get settled, get comfortable, and then when he is ready, we will return the jury. All rise for the jury. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to provide you a brief instruction at this point. Statements were made by the defendant directly to the court. You're instructed to disregard those statements and to not consider those in your deliberations. With that, Mr. Bugby, I will allow you to continue your examination of Mr. Brashear.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Mr. Brashear, you'll recall, I had, before we broke, asked about the moment that your grandchildren found out they would be visiting their father this weekend, okay?
Yes, sir.
You described both of them as screaming and crying, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you indicated that Zane was actually in your presence,
Yes.
and Zane said to you, "Don't make me go, he's going to hurt me."
That's correct.
That was while he was screaming and crying.
Yeah.
What effect did that have on you?
I told the officer that interviewed me, that's when I snapped.
Okay, now officer, then Detective Crane testified today, right?
That's all.
And he testified that he interviewed you for a period of 55 minutes directly with you, correct?
Yes.
And then you were actually in the interview room, he says maybe an hour 45 minutes to maybe an hour 55 minutes. Does that sound about right to you?
Probably.
Do you know?
I don't.
How was your sense of time then?
I wasn't thinking about that. I mean, it could have been 2 hours. I don't know. It's just,
Let me ask you this. Your recollection of time and how it was passing now, during that period between lunch and before you walked in to Becky's apartment, did you feel like you had a sense of how time was passing during that specific time of that day?
yeah, it was passing like a spaceship. Every time I looked at my watch, we lost 15 minutes, we lost 20. I knew the courthouse was going to close. It was, and that's why I keep saying roughly this or roughly that, because time was of the essence. It was actually my enemy at that point.
Okay. More questions for you. You told the detective to use the word snap during your interview?
Pretty sure I did.
So that's what you're testifying to today.
Yes.
That was at the moment that Zane said those words to you.
Yes, sir.
What today is your sense of the passage of time between after Zane said those words to you up to and including when you pulled the trigger of your gun as you held it pointing in Mr. Mast's direction?
I'm not quite understanding what you're asking. Sorry.
Did something change in your mind after Zach said those words to you? Zane, I keep saying Zach, I'm sorry.
My mind went kind of blank. I was very confused. I went into the bathroom, splashed water on my face, trying to get my composure back. And of course, Becky was in the other room, bawling her eyes out. And I just kept thinking, there's got to be something, some result to this. And there's got to be something that can be done. I don't want to take him there.
Well, at this point, did you leave the apartment?
I did.
Did Becky and the kids leave with you, or did they leave at a different time?
They left at a different time.
You left the apartment on your own?
Yes, sir.
What car did you intend to take with you when you left?
The Suburban, the one that needed the repairs.
You're gonna follow through with that plan.
Yes.
Your gun, where was it at that point?
It was on the seat, passenger seat, and the car was locked.
Passenger seat of what car?
The Suburban.
Okay, I would like you to explain to the jury how your gun that you testified earlier was in the center console of the Kia. How did you get from there to being in the Suburban?
Before I went to the apartment, I transferred it over to the Suburban, secured the Suburban, knowing that I was gonna drive away and
So when
had
you
every
came out,
intention of going home at that point.
when you came out of the apartment and you got into the Suburban, where was the gun?
I was on the passenger seat and I secured it into the console.
Why did you move it from the passenger seat to the console at that time?
I don't drive with a gun in the passenger seat, it's not safe.
Where did you think, when you got into the Suburban, where did you think you were going?
Yeah, well, not home, to the Lapway Health Clinic.
To pick up rock.
Or she was waiting at a restaurant.
There was testimony by then Detective Crane that sometimes you didn't carry the gun when you were with Robin. Do you recall telling him that?
I don't recall, but possible.
Well, I'm just curious if the gun was sitting on her seat when she got in, if that's something you would want.
No. No.
But you do recall moving it from the passenger seat into the center console of the Suburban.
I know I did.
When you started driving the Suburban, where were you headed?
I started out to go home and then changed my mind, started heading for Rosa.
Well, I would like you to tell the jury your thought process in making a decision to change your direction from going home or getting your wife, whichever the case may be, and driving that Suburban to the Rose Hours parking lot.
I started thinking there has to be an easy solution to this. And then I started listing things. A, we already tried that. B, we tried that. C, that didn't work. D, over a 2.5 year period, none of these items worked. And then I finally thought to myself, even though I tried before, maybe I can just go and talk to John and we can resolve it like men. I'll get on my knees and beg him if I have to. Surely if he has an ounce of love for the kids, he'll want what's best for them.
I'm going to get you to that point where you arrive at the parking lot. Let's do this again. We're going to back up. After Zane said what you agreed he said to you, did you have thoughts of killing Mr. Max?
No, definitely not.
As you walked from the apartment and you went down and got back in to the Suburban, did you have any thoughts of killing Mr. Max?
No, sir.
When you reached over and you grabbed your pistol and you held it in your hand to put it in the center console of the Suburban, did you think of using that gun to kill Mr. Max?
Never even considered it. No, absolutely not.
As you were now driving to Rose Hours, did anything happen of any significance?
I was very confused. I was anxious. I was scared. I was worried. Things were going through my mind, what could happen. And then I started thinking, okay, why don't I try this? Okay, I don't think that'll work. Why don't I try that? To the point that I actually pulled off of the road to try to think it through and find an easy solution. Not necessarily easy, but one that would work.
How long were you pulled off on the side of the road?
I don't know, 10, maybe 5 minutes, I'm not sure.
What time do you think you left the apartment?
Probably like 20 to 6 maybe, or 40 to 6, somewhere in that area. I knew that I was hoping I would get there before Becky got there and have it resolved. In a good way, not in a bad way.
Okay, thank you for clarification. How long do you think you were pulled over?
5 or 10 minutes.
What time do you recall getting to the parking lot of Rose Hours?
It was pretty close to 6 o'clock.
When was the first time that you noticed Mr. Mast was actually present in the parking lot?
When I pulled in, I backed up. When I pulled in, I backed up into the parking spot and looked around. I thought I saw it. Then I realized he had a not very long after I got there.
Did you take any time to think further about how you would handle this situation before you got out of this?
My mind was so fuzzy and just kind of blank. So no, the answer to that is no, I didn't.
I'm gonna ask you a question I'd asked before, but now at that time frame. As you sat in the Suburban after you parked your car and you saw Mr. Mast, did you form an intent to take his life? When did you remove the gun from the center console?
I honestly don't know. I walked over there.
Do you have a recollection of reaching for the gun and removing it from the center console?
I honestly don't.
When you got out of your vehicle and started to move toward Mr. Mast, did you form an intent to kill him? Were you aware you were holding the gun?
Not really.
And what do you mean by not really?
I got up there and it was just there. I was just in another world. I wasn't myself.
Where is your first impression or memory that there was a pistol in your hand as you look back now?
After everything happened, I was walking back and Betty Troyer was standing there and she was yelling, fuck, 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 you fucker, you fucker, you fucker. And I thought, I don't have any ought against her. I don't want her hurt. And then I looked down and saw the gun and I realized I got it. I shot a gun.
I want to be crystal clear on this, Brad Shearer. Are you saying you don't have a memory of firing your weapon at Mr. Mast?
I do because I've mulled it over in my mind so much, but I don't know if I did then or not.
Are you able now to describe the sense or frame of mind that you had when you got out of the car and moved towards Mr. Mast?
My frame of mind was to, and I'm sure that anybody in this room would be the same, would have the same mindset.
I'm gonna sustain that.
You just have to say what your frame of mind is without reference.
Okay, I apologize. I don't know what it is.
So I'll ask the question again. Do you now have a recollection or sense of what your frame of mind was as you got out of the car and moved towards Mr. Mast?
Yes,
How would you describe it?
to stop him from taking the children away.
Is that the thought process that you had?
Yes.
Were you feeling emotions during that?
Very much so.
Describe the emotions that you were feeling.
I'd been on a roller coaster all day, up and down, up and down, up and down, thinking that it was going to be okay, and it wasn't. Thinking it was going to be all right, and it wasn't. Seeing Becky happy and sad, me crying and laughing, and just up and down, up and down. And when I got out of the vehicle and went to there, I just wanted it to stop.
That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, I would like for you to describe the emotions that you were feeling.
I understand.
Either, mentally within your head, or if you had some physical feelings. You gotta hear me. If you had physical feelings that contributed to what happened, this is your opportunity to explain to the jury what was happening at that moment that you had.
I was really disappointed, upset, and angry with the system not giving me the protection orders, or the children protection orders. I was very confused in why this was all happening all over again for the last 2.5 years. I was very, very scared that the children were going to be hurt. Physically, mentally, didn't matter. I don't want my kids hurt. I don't want my babies hurt. So my thought process was, this has got to come to a stop. Somehow.
Do you feel like your judgment was affected by the emotions that had rolled up in you?
I think that's what happened, yes.
I'd like you to describe and talk about that for this jury, please.
I was on such a roller coaster. I wanted my babies to be safe. I didn't want my daughter hurt anymore. I didn't want to see my daughter crying. I didn't want to see my wife going through hell like we've done for the last 2.5 years. The expense of it going back and forth, on and on and on. I'm not allowed to explain some of the stuff that happened.
No, I want you to talk about your emotions and your feelings and how it affected your judgment. That's what I'm asking.
I was very anxious, I was confused, I was angry, I was emotionally a basket case.
You think of yourself as a fixer?
My nickname is the Fix-It Man. You gotta follow my Fix-It.
What does that mean in terms of your family and your responsibilities as a father?
If lawn needs to cut and lawnmower to go, I'll get the lawnmower fixed. If I don't know how to fix it, I'll get somebody to fix it.
You talked a lot today during your testimony about trying to come up with different ways to help
Yes.
fix a situation that you thought might hurt your grandchildren, right? Did you come to a realization as you were driving to Rose Hours that maybe this one you couldn't fix?
I don't think so, no. I still thought that there had to be something else.
How powerful were those feelings that you described?
Overwhelming. I wasn't the same person. My mind wasn't working like it should.
All right, Mr. Bashir, I got a few clarifying questions to ask you, okay? You talked about Ms. Troyer confronting you after you shot Mr. Mast. And I guess I want to be really clear on this. Based on everything you know, you're not denying that you shot Mr. Mast.
I'm not
What was the significance of Ms. Troyer confronting you?
Well, I understand she was shocked and hurt and upset over seeing her loved one shot.
I mean, to you, you described that that's the moment you realized you had the gun in your hand.
Yeah, it was like a wake-up call for me hey, you just did that.
At that point, what did you do? After she screamed at you, you realized you had the gun in your hand. What did you do then?
I went to my vehicle. I made sure that the gun was safe. I put the magazine, I took the live round out, ejected it. I took the magazine out. I separated it and put it on the vehicle, my wallet and cell phone in a separate spot. When I take it back, I called my wife.
Okay, that, everything you just described doing, did you come up with the decision to do those things on your own?
I called my wife first. The securing the gun, I did, by the way.
Right?
That was the first thing I did.
I asked you earlier if there were some things that you learned to do by habit, practicing, utilizing that firearm. Is that one of those things?
Yes.
There was a description earlier during this trial by the captain, whose last name I'm not recalling, but he described how one might make your pistol safe. Is that the process that you followed to make sure it was safe?
Yes.
Did you do that when you knew you would be putting the gun on the hood of your truck?
Yes.
Did you have any intention to flee from this scene? Were
Were you waiting for the police? How long, if you recall, did you wait?
Seemed like forever. I had my hands up and my arms got sore from having them up so long.
Did you finally put them down?
Temporarily, I put them back on.
Well, Officer Lyons testified he doesn't recall you having your hands up when he confronted you with his rifle.
Might be when I got tired.
Okay. But you had him up for some period of time. Was that to show people you didn't mean anybody any harm?
Yes, and that I have no intention of hurting them.
Okay. And you also didn't want to get shot yourself. Right. There was testimony today by then Detective Crane that you told him during this interview that you thought of killing Mr. Mast hundreds of times, maybe 100. Right? You heard that testimony?
I heard that.
You recall telling him that?
No, I don't.
Do you deny that you would have told him that?
I mean,
Do you recall in the past, perhaps 100 times, thinking of killing Mr. Mast?
I think 100 times would be an exaggeration, but I've heard a lot of people say, if that guy ever does that to me again, I'm gonna beat the.
I'm sorry, we have an objection, and I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Recall.
I'm sorry.
Can't talk about what other people told you. So my question is, I'm trying to remember my question. We're talking about you telling Detective Crane, maybe you had 100 times had thoughts of killing Mr. Mast. You're saying that number maybe is an exaggeration.
I'm sure it's an exaggeration, yes.
Was there any real desire to kill Mr. Mast when you had these thoughts on prior occasions?
Release of anger, whatever, one method.
Are these thoughts that occurred over this period of about 3 years when these custody issues were ongoing? Did you ever have any real intent to cause Mr. Mast's death?
No.
These thoughts that you had in the past that you didn't really intend to follow through on, did they in any way contribute to what happened on February 5, 2021? I'm going to sum up, Mr. Pressure, okay? You are charged with first-degree premeditated murder. That means the state alleges that you thought this out. You had a plan. Did you have a plan to kill Mr. Mast? They allege you had an opportunity to think through what needed to be done to carry it out, maybe even weigh the consequences of causing the death of Mr. Mast. Did you have an opportunity to do those things? Well, look, why not? I mean, all this stuff was happening over a period of time. In particular, Zane said what he said to you, what, 15 or 20 minutes before 6 o'clock? Probably. You didn't have one thought after Zane said those things to you about killing Mr. Mast and you drove there?
Mr. Coleman, will you be handing cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed. Thank you. Mr. Brasher, I'm going to ask you some pretty simple, straightforward questions, and they're all yes or no questions, okay? You thought about killing John while you're still at Becky's apartment, correct?
No.
But you told police that night that you thought about killing John while you're at the apartment, right?
I don't recall that.
You decided to kill John before you drove to Rosar's, right?
No, sir.
And again, you told police that night afterwards that you had decided to kill him before you went to Rosar's.
I don't recall that.
Then you took your loaded gun and you went to where you knew John would be. It was at Rosar's, right?
That's correct.
And when John got there, you took your gun, which was loaded, you put it in your hand, you walked out of the vehicle, you walked several feet where John was at, and you shot him, right?
Yes.
And you meant to shoot him. You meant to shoot John.
Yes,
When he didn't go down the first time, you shot him some more, right?
yes,
You told police that you thought about it and you weighed out the cost, correct?
I don't recall that.
And you told police that you knew you'd have to pay for it.
Yes.
That's all the questions I need, Your Honor.
Mr. Bugby, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brashear, you just paused during one of those questions that Mr. Coleman asked you. It was the question you meant to shoot it. Why did you pause?
Try and take my time and answer correctly.
Did you mean to shoot it?
That was not my intention when I went there. Was
Well, I'm asking you that question because you testified you don't really recall that moment where you did shoot. Do you have a recollection of meaning to shoot him?
No, but obviously I did that.
Okay.
I guess I misunderstood. I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Well, Mr. Brashear, you strike me as somebody who generally in your life has wanted to be responsible. Is that a fair statement?
Yes,
When you got brought from the scene to the Lewiston Police Department, you got put in that interview room. By that point, did you know that you had certainly at least seriously injured Mr. Mast?
yes,
At least at some point during the interview, you knew he had died.
yes,
You weren't about to deny that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
But the real issue is the premeditation of it here, okay? So I'll ask you the same sense that Mr. Coleman asked you. Did you premeditate this murder?
Absolutely not.
Did you think over the consequences of actually taking Mr. Mast's life? I mean, one of the consequences is there's a rippling effect to his family and the people who care about him. Did you consider all of that?
Your Honor, I'm going to check. That's beyond the scope of.
Charged with premeditated murder, which includes the ability to weigh the consequences. I'm asking about
I will
that.
overrule and allow him to answer the question.
Could you ask that again, please?
Did you think about the rippling effect taking the life of Mr. Mast would have under the circumstances to his family and others who cared about him?
No,
How about to your own family? Did you consider the rippling effects this would have to your family?
I didn't.
I don't know. Mr. Coleman, any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brashear, you may step down. Mr. Bugby, you may call your next witness.
Now, maybe we please have a recess. I have some witnesses I need to organize before we begin.
How much time do you need, Mr. Bugby?
I'd say no more than 15 minutes.
Come back in 15 minutes. I'll go to your next witness. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial,
I'm senior to the judge. So if he does that again, like, you might want to
I can't hear anything.
Check.
Talk into it.
It's good.
How come I can't hear anything?
So there had to be some outside noise somewhere.
Shouldn't I be able to hear it though?
Go ahead and mute it again.
Then are we ready? Let's get back on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear. Nez Perce County case number CR 35-21-815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Bugby. Mr. Coleman, Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. We are outside the presence of the jury. Anything we need to take up before we return the jury? All right. Please rise, we'll return the jury. Welcome back. Please be seated. Record will reflect that the jury is back with us. Mr. Bugby, you may go ahead next, please. Ms. Chase, if you would please face my clerk and be sworn. Thank you. Ms. Chase, please be seated. I'm going to ask you to make yourself comfortable. Have you pull that microphone close. And then if you would please state and spell your name for the record, please.
Christy Chase, CHRISTI,
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bugby. You may inquire.
Ms. Chase, what's your occupation?
I'm a clinical social worker.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
7 years.
Could you explain for the jury your education, training, experience that makes you qualified for your current position?
I have a degree in social work. I have a master's in social work. I have a clinical license, which requires a certain amount of education supervision.
In your work in that capacity, did you involve yourself in counseling?
Yes.
Do you work with a certain age group of individuals?
I work with all age groups, children up to adults.
All right. Do you know my client, James Brashear?
I do.
How do you know James Brashear?
He is a grandfather of clients I have.
And those are his two grandchildren?
Yes.
How long have you been working with the Brashear grandchildren?
3.5 to 4 years.
Okay. Yeah, and I presume you also know Becky Brashear,
I do.
who is their mother?
Yes.
Were you working in your capacity, in your profession, on February 5 of 2021?
I was.
You know the significance of that date.
I
Is
do.
that correct?
Yes.
And you're here because that's the day that John Mast was shot.
Yes.
You knew John Mast to be the father of my client's grandchildren.
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to visit with Becky Brashear and James Brashear on February the 5th of 2021?
I did.
And just generally, do you recall the purpose for which you met with them?
I do.
What was the purpose as you understood it?
I was assisting Rebecca in getting a protection order to stop the visitation that the children were to be having with their father.
So this meeting, I mean, did you have any sense, change the question, about how long before the meeting did it come to your attention that they wanted to see you?
About an hour.
Did it seem urgent?
Yes,
Did you have any expectation that they would need to see you on that day prior to an hour before?
I did not know.
Did it seem a bit of a surprise to you?
It did.
And so when Becky Brashear and James Brashear, did they come to your office?
Yes,
Do you recall what time of day it was that you met with them?
I think it was about 2:30 or 3.
Why is it that you think it was about that time of day?
I recall it being, I believe after everything happened, I recall thinking, wow, they were just here 3 hours before this.
Okay. Did you know they needed that restraining order that day?
They were working at getting that restraining order for that day, yes.
Do you recall it being a Friday?
Yes, actually, because it was supposed to be a weekend visitation.
Okay, so that day was important.
Yes.
Could you describe, first, let's take them one by one, but let's first describe Becky Brashear's demeanor during the time you met with her on that day. What can you tell the jury about what you observed in regards to her?
She seemed a bit panicked. She was trying to pull information together and get information pulled together to and get to the courts as soon as possible.
Right? How about my client, James Brashear? What did you notice about him during the time you spent with him that day?
He was crying and he was emotional. He was afraid.
Saying he cried in your office?
Yes.
Had you ever met him before
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
How many times did you think you had met or been with James Brashear prior to that?
5 or 6.
To give some basis to kind of understand his general demeanor,
Yes.
was there any difference in his demeanor on February 5, 2021 versus those other times that you had spent?
I had never seen him that upset. I'd never seen him crying before.
Okay. About how long did they spend with you?
About 30 to 40 minutes. We tried to go as fast as possible so they could get to the courts.
Did you prepare any document to give to
I
Becky?
did. I wrote a letter.
Was that letter intended to be attached to a petition for a restraining order?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Ms. Smith and Mr. Coleman, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Governor Chase.
Thanks for being here.
So just to clarify, you weren't with Mr. Brashear the whole day, right?
No.
And you weren't with him when you drove up to Rosars that night?
No.
And you weren't there when you shot the children's father, John Mast?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Webb, anything brief or recommend?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
This witness be excused.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chase. You may step down.
Mr. Webb.
Becky Brashear.
Mr. Chair, if you would raise my clerk and be sworn, please. Thank you. Ms. Brashear, if you would please sit down. I'm going to have you pull that microphone close. And I'm going to have you state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Rebecca Brashear Mast.
Ma'am, would you mind spelling your name for the record?
It's BRASHEAR-MAST.
Thank you very much. Ms. Webb, you may inquire.
Thank you. Ms. Brashear Mast, would you mind if I just refer to you as Ms. Brashear?
Yes.
To make things simpler? All right, thank you. What is your relationship to my client, who is seated to my left, wearing a blue suit with a white shirt and a red tie?
He's my father.
How old are you?
I'm 36 years old.
Do you have children?
I have 2 children,
What are their names?
Ashira Mast and Zane Mast.
How old are they?
Zane just turned 10 and Shira is 11.
Who is their father?
John Mast.
You were previously married to John Mast.
That's correct.
What was the time frame of your marriage to John?
We were married for about 10 years until 2020, I believe.
Where were you married?
We were married in Troy, Montana, and we lived in Libby, Montana.
Were you divorced prior to the events of this case of February 5, 2021?
Yes, briefly before.
How long had you been divorced leading into February of 2021?
A few months, I believe.
Okay. While the divorce was complete, is it safe to say there was still custody issues going on between the two of you?
That is correct.
Where was Mr. Mast living?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe he was a North Dakota resident.
There's been some indication that he worked in the Spokane area.
I'm not 100% sure, but that could be correct.
So if he did, you were not aware of it.
I wasn't aware.
That fact that you weren't aware of where he was living, is that something that concerned you?
Yes.
Gotta ask the whole question. Is that a concern that you had during the course of this day on February the 5th, 2021?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance about her concern.
You want to respond to that?
It's certainly relevant because Mr. Mast was going to take her children on an unsupervised visit and she didn't know where he lived.
And the relevance to this particular charge as to Mr. Brashear, how is that relevant?
She's going to relate it to my client's frame of mind.
Based on that, I'll overrule, allow you to ask the question.
Yes, it was definitely concerned
Why was that?
because I didn't know where he lived and my father didn't know where he lived.
I want to bring you quickly just to February the 5th, 2021, okay? That morning when you woke up, did you have any expectation that your children would have to visit with your father?
Not at all.
Prior to that date, when was the last previous occasion that John Mast had seen his children?
About 6 months before.
And 6 months before, when he did see his children, under what circumstances did it occur?
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance.
I had my client indicate that supervised visits were not a concern of the family, and I simply intend to corroborate that with Ms. Brashear.
I'll allow him for the objection.
They were supervised.
Did you have any expectation leading into February 5 that Mr. Mast may want to see his children still?
Objection, Your Honor, as to
I don't think it's too speculative to ask if she thinks the father.
You're asking her to testify whether Mr. Mast wanted to see his children prior to February 5th, is that correct?
I'm pursuing whether it would have been a concern for the family if he did want to see the children under either supervised or unsupervised circumstances.
That's not the question.
Well, I was leading up to it.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I'm just going to let you get right to your.
I'll ask it in that way if it was.
It would, thank you.
Would, Ms. Brashear, did you have any expectation that Mr. Mast was going to want to see his children in either an unsupervised or supervised fashion?
objection, Your Honor. Still speculative.
Mr. Brashear, that's the same question. I mean, Mr. Bugby, that's the same question.
Okay, I can.
Please do.
Let's just talk about that day, right? So you wake up, you have any plans to see your father on that day?
Yes,
What are your plans with your dad?
to work to change cars so he can work on the brakes on the Suburban that he owned and I drove.
Okay, that Suburban was basically a metal on metal brakes.
Correct.
So what was your plan that you agreed on with your father to make that happen?
For him to take the Suburban and take it back up for him and my family to work on.
So your dad lived in Winchester, Idaho.
Correct.
It's about 20 miles outside of Lewiston.
Plus or minus.
Did you make plans where you would meet up with your dad?
Possibly. Probably around my house. Definitely in Lewiston.
Do you not recall now?
It was in Lewiston.
Let me ask a different question.
Okay.
Eventually, you had a meal with your father. At least you started.
Yes, we had a meal at a cafe in town.
Was that at Sherry's?
No, it was at Jeffrey's, I believe.
How about I call it a diner?
Yes, a diner.
Okay. So did you drive to the diner?
I believe I drove. He could have driven. I can't remember exactly who drove.
Let's leap forward just a little bit.
Okay.
In all fairness to you.
Been a while.
That's what I was going to say. When you left the diner, did you leave with your father?
Yes.
And in what vehicle did you leave the diner in with your father?
I believe it was the white vehicle.
Which is
It would be my mom's vehicle, and my dad also owned it. I can't remember exactly what type.
the small Kia SUV?
That is correct.
Okay. So let me bring you back into the diner for a moment. Were you trying to enjoy a meal with your father
Yes,
before you exchanged the cars?
absolutely.
Do you recall having the opportunity to actually eat a meal on that occasion?
Yes.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. During the course of your visit with your dad, did you get a phone call?
Yes,
Who was the phone call from?
my attorney.
That attorney is in North Dakota?
Yes,
So we've heard testimony, just to make this easier on you, that the attorney informed you that Mr. Mast was going to have an unsupervised visit, which was scheduled to begin at 6 o'clock that evening.
that is correct.
About what time did you have that phone call?
I believe it was sometime around 11 o'clock.
Was that a surprise to you?
It definitely was.
If the call had informed you that he wanted to have an unsupervised visit that evening, would that have surprised you?
Yes,
Why is that?
because previous to that, he'd been having supervised visits.
I'll withdraw my objection.
So that was my question. If the call was informing you that you wanted a supervised visit, would that have been?
Not at all.
That had happened in the past.
Yes,
The information that it was unsupervised was a concern.
yes,
You recall how you reacted to the news during the phone call with your attorney that the unsupervised visit was ordered by a judge.
I was heartbroken and I felt betrayed.
Do you think you would have outwardly manifested a reaction to that news?
100%.
And your father, was he sitting with you at the table when you were on that phone call?
Yes, he was.
He would have observed that reaction.
He absolutely did.
When you got off the phone, and I'm going to preface this by saying I'm not asking anything about the phone call, okay? In other words, I'm not asking you to testify to anything. But when you got off the phone, did you share the information you received with your father?
I did, and I'm sure he probably even overheard the phone call because we were in close proximity.
Were you able to observe any physical reaction from your father when he heard that?
Yes, he cried. He put his head down. He started sobbing.
That occurred at the diner.
Yes,
Did you and your father, again, without testifying about what either you or he said, but did you come up with a plan to try and avoid having to exchange your kids, or bring your kids to Mr. Mast that day?
we went to CPS
Okay, did you see anybody in particular at CPS? Did you recall?
I'm trying to remember her name, but we saw,
Gladys Brewer.
that is correct. We saw Gladys Brewer.
How much time did you spend with Ms. Brewer at that CPS office?
I think it was probably an hour or two.
Did you have any expectations of what would be accomplished at the office when you went in there with your father?
I would have thought that we would have gotten help.
On what basis did you think that?
There had previously been a letter.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
had they previously helped you in reference to custody issues with your grandchildren?
With my children,
Yes
yes.
or no question?
Yes.
Was Ms. Brewer able to help you in the same fashion on February 5th that she had in the past?
No.
Were you present with your dad when that realization struck him?
Yes.
What did you see as far as his demeanor when he received that news in your meeting with Gladys Brewer?
He was heartbroken. He cried. He looked completely distressed. He didn't know what to do.
How about you? How did you react?
Same way.
And he would have observed that in you.
Definitely.
At that point, had you decided you need to get a restraining order?
It was recommended.
What time was it when you left the CPS office?
It was probably around 2 or 3.
Where did you go after that?
We went to River Place Counseling.
And who works at River Place Council?
The children's counselor, Christy Chase.
Right? Did you meet with Ms. Chase in the same sort of circumstances you met with Ms. Brewer?
Yes, we did.
And were you seeking her assistance in obtaining the protection order that you thought you needed to protect your children?
We were seeking her recommendation and to determine what she thought. And she gave a letter.
She handed you a letter that she wrote?
That is correct.
Did you take that letter with you when you left her office?
Yes, we did.
Was your intention to attach that letter to a petition for a restraining order to try and prevent this unsupervised visit?
That is correct.
Do you know what time you left Ms. Chase's office?
It would have probably been about 3 or 4 by then.
Where did you go after that?
We went to this courthouse.
Okay. Let me bring you back there in a moment, but a few other questions. I'm trying to clarify some other information. You had some documentation from Ms. Chase, I understand.
That is correct.
Did you have any other documentation with you when you came to this courthouse?
I can't totally remember, but I know that previous to that, we had a letter that from Child Protective Services.
Objection, Your Honor, as to relevance about what paperwork she had.
Well, I'm not going to follow up on that. We've got to follow a whole different direction.
I would sustain that objection, so please do.
I'm just wondering if you had to go anywhere else to get any documentation to support your petition. I don't know if you did.
I don't believe so.
Okay. So you came to the courthouse.
That is correct.
This was in 2021.
Yes,
There were still COVID restrictions in place in this courthouse.
that is correct.
Did you have an opportunity that day to see a judge and plead for your children's safety?
No,
You did, however, fill out a petition, yes?
that is correct.
Now, you had to do that by handwriting the basis for your request.
Yes,
Can you explain to the jury how you went about getting the documents so you could get that done?
we filled out documents and it was taken up either by a clerk or one of the law enforcement or security people that was here and brought up to the judge.
How did you even get the documents?
They were brought to us either by a clerk or one of the security people here, sheriffs.
And then you sat down and hand wrote the reasons for your request?
That is correct.
What time was it as you were filling out that paperwork?
It was close to closing time by then. It was within an hour or so by that time.
Talk to the jury about your anxiety level as you're scribbling down the reasons why you don't want your children to see these videos.
We were terrified. We were concerned. I didn't know what to do.
Well, you were hoping that this petition would result in a restraining order.
Yes,
Did you complete it?
yes,
But you didn't get to see the judge to give it to the judge?
no, not at all.
You didn't get to answer any questions?
No.
What did you do with the document when you were done with it?
We gave it to the sheriff or the clerk and they brought it up.
They literally walked up the stairs
Yes,
and you sat downstairs and waited?
we waited and it was hard to just wait
How long did you wait?
for another like 30 minutes or an hour. It felt like forever.
Eventually, somebody comes down the stairs.
Mhm.
So what time was it when that person comes back down the stairs to give you the information?
It was within minutes of courthouse closing.
Close to 5 o'clock.
That is correct.
So from the time that this person went up the stairs with your petition until they came back down, can you describe your father's demeanor, please?
My father put his head in his hands. He leaned up against the wall. He started crying. He hugged himself. He shrugged. He threw his hands up in the air. He looked distressed. Oh, 100%.
Right. The jury knows your order was, so I'm not going to ask you that. But they also know you were offered the opportunity to come back on Monday.
Yes,
Did you accept that offer?
it was pointless.
Because you were concerned about the weekend?
Yeah.
Did you even schedule a hearing for Monday?
No,
Did you next go back home?
yes,
You were still with your father?
it was.
Do you recall whether the Suburban was at your apartment when you got home?
Yes,
So does that suggest that earlier your father did pick you up from the house?
yeah, I believe so.
Okay. So you get to the house, what time are you at the house?
Probably about 5:15, 5:30-ish.
So you're back on another clock, right?
Yep.
What clock are you on now?
We have to be there by 6 o'clock. I have to now pack for the kids. I have to let them know that they're gonna go to a visit.
Did your children have any idea that day?
They weren't prepared.
I have to ask the question.
Sorry.
Did your children have any idea that day that they were going to go for a weekend visit with their father?
No,
When you went home, did you have to give them that information?
yes,
Where was it that you told them?
at the apartment
Where in the apartment?
upstairs.
And we don't know the apartment, so is it a 2-level apartment?
It's a 2-level apartment.
Was your dad inside the apartment with you?
It was.
So you went upstairs, kids are upstairs?
Yes, I have 2 bedrooms upstairs. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. I have my room and then the children's room. So I started packing their bags and I explained to them what was going to happen. But
While you were packing?
while I was packing, because I had to get ready for them to go,
Where was your father when you
my
did?
father came up too.
He was upstairs with you?
He came upstairs briefly and then went downstairs.
I understand there was a babysitter that day, right?
There was.
Did they have school that day?
I believe that they did.
How was it that they get from school back home with the babysitter?
We lived very close to the school. The babysitter could have walked them back.
Okay, is that what normally would happen if you were in?
They usually would, or if she came over, she would have just watched them.
Was the babysitter still there when you had told your children what was going to happen?
She sure was.
Again, just a heads up, I'm not looking for any words that you children spoke.
Correct. I understand.
Can you please describe their reaction when you told them they would be going to their father in the next half hour or so?
They were crying, they were hugging each other. They hadn't seen him in 6 months, so they were terrified.
Objection, Your Honor, is this my? She's asking for
That's what she
the demeanor.
I am going to move the objection. I think she can testify to what she observed. So I'll allow you to ask the question.
I think you answered it, but you can say it again just to make sure we have it.
My son punched my bed. My daughter hugged her brother. My son's dog, that's his emotional therapy dog, came up to him and he hugged the dog. It was hard for me to watch.
Did your father see all of that?
He saw it and then he went downstairs.
Yeah, I'll remind you, no words. But did Zane say anything to your father while he was investigating? Without saying what it was, it's investigating.
Yes,
Did your father remain in the house long after that?
not long.
Did you have any conversation with him as he was leaving?
Can't remember.
Did you have a sense that your father hated you prior to him leaving?
Yes, but my first priority was to my children at that point.
Did you actually even say that to him?
Yes,
And then he left.
yes,
He drove the Suburban.
yes,
That was the plan.
that was.
Did you know he had a pistol with him that day?
He usually carried a pistol.
Did you know he had it that day?
No, but like I said, he had a concealed carry permit. He usually had it with him for protection.
No, I understand. Just curious if you saw it or knew about
No,
it. But it doesn't surprise you, did it?
no, not at all. He's an older man and he taught hunter safety. He usually has it with him.
Okay.
It's an Idaho man.
So, did you take your kids to Rose Hours that day?
I did.
Did you intend to provide them to Mr. Mast pursuant to that order?
Yes, I followed the advice of my attorney.
And you had no reason to believe that there was not a reason why you would make that exchange. True?
That is true.
When you got to the parking lot, what did you see?
I saw the Suburban. I saw the van. I saw people running. I saw caution tape starting. I saw lights flashing. I saw a lot going on.
Did you have any reason to think that your father would hurt Mr. Mast?
No,
You haven't had reason to believe that.
no.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Ross.
After the civil protection order wasn't granted, you and your dad went back to your apartment.
Yes,
And this was after 5 p.m.
That is correct.
And once you got to your house, you were focused on your kids.
Yes,
Your dad left your house at approximately 5:40 p.m.
right around that time, yes.
And approximately what time did you leave your house?
I left my house, I got there right about 6 o'clock exactly, and it's not that long of a time to get to Rosars.
You got there right at 6.
I got there right at 6.
You spoke with police while you were in the Rosars parking lot?
I did. I spoke to a Nez Perce tribal cop.
In the Rosars parking lot?
That is correct.
And then you went down to the Lewiston Police Department?
I did. They asked me to come down and make a statement.
And while you were at the police department, you spoke with both an officer and a detective?
Yes, I did.
And while you were speaking with police, you never told police your dad cried that day, did you? That's a yes or no question. You never told police your dad was crying that day, did you?
No, I didn't.
And you never told police that he was sobbing at any of the places that you have described today, did you?
No.
Once your dad left your apartment, you didn't see him again, did you?
No.
And you were not with him when he drove to Rosars?
No.
And you were not with him when he parked his Suburban in the Rosars parking lot?
No.
And you were not with him when he walked over to John, standing by John's hand, were you?
No.
And you were not with him when he shot the father of your children, were you?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Bugby,
It was a long time ago. Do you recall whether any of these police officers you talked to asked you that dad's friend of mine like I am today?
No, they did
Don't
not.
recall, or they did not?
They didn't ask me any of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, any recross on that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies, let us step down and be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bugby.
Robin Brescier.
Ms. Brasher, if you please face my clerk and be sworn.
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony of the witness cannot be the truth, the whole truth,
Ms. Brasher, if you would please take a seat, make yourself comfortable. I'm going to have you hold that microphone to your face. And I'll have you state and spell your name for the record, please.
My name is Robin Brescier, spelled R-O-B-I-N, B-R-A-S-H-E-A-R.
Thank you, Mr. Bugby. You may inquire.
Ms. Brescier, thank you for being here. First, can you introduce us to the young lady you have with you today?
Yes, her name is Maxine.
What is her purpose for being here?
She helps with visual impairment.
And is that the reason you're also wearing sunglasses in court today?
Yes, I'm very sensitive to light.
All right. Are you more comfortable with the sunglasses on while you testify?
It would be less distracting. I have some muscular things that go on with my eyes.
Are you also more comfortable having Maxine with you on the stand?
Yes, she does prevent tripping, falling, and helps a lot.
Okay. I'd like to ask, did you know this gentleman seated to my left? He's wearing a blue suit, a red tie, and a white shirt.
41 years, yes.
That is James Brescier.
Yes,
You know him because you're married to him.
yes,
You've indicated 40 years.
yes,
We've heard about your family and how many kids you have. I'm not gonna take up the jury's time on those sorts of issues today.
yes.
Okay? What I really want to talk with you about is what occurred on February the 5th, 2021. And what information you could help the jury with in that regard, okay?
Yes,
So you were not, well, let me start out this way. When you woke up that morning, were you at home with James Brashear?
yes, in the morning, yes.
You worked on that day.
Yes, I did.
How did you get to work?
James drove me in my vehicle and dropped me off.
Where do you work?
I worked at Nimipu Health at that time as an RN
And what city is that located in?
that way.
So from your house in Winchester, Idaho to your business in Lapway, Idaho, how long does it take to get there from your home if you're driving?
About 30 minutes.
And then from your business in Lapway to where Becky lives here in Lewis, or live here in Lewiston, how long is that drive?
An additional 30 minutes.
You understood that James Brashear was coming in to town to meet with Becky on that day?
Yes,
And that was to exchange vehicles so that we could repair the brakes on the school.
yes, I was loaning her my car and he was going to bring her car up to our shop.
All right. At some point that day, did you learn information suggesting that death plan was kind of blowing?
Yes,
How did you learn that information?
phone call,
Who did you receive a phone call from?
Jim.
You are aware that the information had to do with a visit that was planned between John Mast and your grandchildren.
I became aware at that point. I was not aware before that time.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, nobody in your family was aware of it until late morning, early afternoon.
Correct.
You were in your state.
Yes.
So you learned about this in that phone call that you received.
Yes.
Is that while you were working?
Yes, it was.
So what I would like to know is during the course of that day, did you have other phone calls with either Becky, she's your daughter, right?
Yes.
Or with James?
Yes, I did.
And were they just giving you updates about what was happening?
Yes, they were.
That first phone call that you received, who actually placed the call to you?
I recall correctly, I believe it was Jim.
I don't want to talk about things that were said on these phone calls through the day. What I'm really interested in is your perception of his state of mind as you talk throughout the day. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
From that first phone call that you received, leading up to it, I'll just cut to the chase. The last phone call you received was just after Mr. Mast was shot.
Yes, it was.
Yes?
Yes.
So, and I'm sorry, I didn't really pay attention. What time was that first phone call?
The first phone call where I became aware that there was this custody
Yes, ma'am.
was somewhere between maybe 11 and noon. My recall of exact time is
Do you recall what time the phone call was following Mr. Mast's shooting?
yes, it was near 6 o'clock.
How many other phone calls did you have with James Brashear during that day?
I wasn't counting, but I would estimate 4 to 5 updates.
4 to 5?
4 to 5.
Okay, not 45.
No, not 45. Okay. 4 to 5.
Yes.
Periodic updates.
What I would like you to do is lead the jury through the progression of your perception of his demeanor from the first phone call through the time that you talked with him in the last phone.
Throughout the majority of the phone calls, he was, of course, the initial phone call, he expressed some shock and was rattled. He was disturbed by the information, but throughout the conversation, he regrouped and was hopeful that Idaho would take care of the situation.
Okay,
So
lead us through the phone calls that followed.
the successive phone calls, continued to be hopeful that Idaho would take care of the situation and that this was something that would require some work, some paperwork, and some achievements that would require some hoops to jump through, but he was hopeful.
And you understood your husband and your daughter to be working on that paperwork that you referenced.
Yes,
One of those phone calls was, in your understanding, was that made while your husband was standing in your daughter's apartment?
yes, it was.
Did you hear anybody else's voice that you recognized during the course of that phone call?
Yes, I did. I heard Shira and saying, crying, screaming, and begging.
At the end of that phone call, did you have any expectation that your husband was coming to pick you up?
The statement was,
Nope, I don't want to say.
okay, yes, the impression I had was that he would be there.
Who called who next?
After that, Jim called me from the parking lot of Rose House.
And again, don't want any words, but you understood that Mr. Mast had been shot.
Yes, I did.
What did you hear and feel about his demeanor during that phone call?
He was distraught. He was crying. He was sobbing. Very confused. In shock.
In response to what you were hearing on the other end of the phone, did you give him any instructions?
I did.
What did you tell him?
I said, at first I asked, is he dead? Because I was looking to see if there would be possible retaliation, but it was, he was.
Please stop.
Yes.
I want you to just answer my question.
Yes, okay.
Did you give him any instructions?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell him?
I told him, put the gun on the car, get it out of your hands, get your hands in the air, get down and surrender peacefully. Make sure you are no threat to anyone else that you know is your threat. And do not engage with anything coming from anyone else.
$41
Yes,
How long were you together before you were married?
too briefly. Yeah, too briefly. I met him in October, we were engaged by November and married by February.
Prior to this day, have you ever had any indication that this man wanted to take John Mast's life?
No, no,
During the course of that day, until you had that last phone call with James Bashir, did you have any expectation that this man would take his life?
no.
I don't have any reason.
Thank you, Mr. White. Ms. Smith or Mr. Holman, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello.
Hi.
Mr. Bashir dropped you off at work that day before noon.
Yes,
And after he dropped you off, you never saw him again that day.
no, I did not.
And isn't it true arrangements were made for Stephen to come and pick you up? Your son, Stephen?
I was surprised by that when Stephen showed up.
Police attempted to talk with you on February 5th or in the days after February 5th, didn't they?
I don't recall the police attempting to talk to me at all.
You don't recall declining to speak with police?
No, I don't.
And
I was quite a bit in shock that day. So there's a lot I don't recall, but I don't recall talking to them or
declining?
Or declining.
And so you never told police about your conversations with the defendant that day?
I don't recall, I honestly don't recall anything about that.
You don't recall whether you spoke to police or not?
I did not speak to police to my recollection.
And so if you did not speak to police, you would not have told them about your conversations with Mr. Bashir that day?
No, I would not.
And you would not have told them about Mr. Bashir crying? You never told police that?
Not to my recollection, no. I know that Jim called me from the jail and was crying.
Yep, I'm just asking you if you spoke to police.
Honestly, I was in so much trauma that day with that situation. I have very little recall of anything except the conversation I had with him.
Sure. But you never spoke with police, that is my question. You do not recall speaking with police?
No, I do not.
You were not with Mr. Bashir at any time after he dropped you off at work?
No.
You were not with Mr. Bashir when he went to Rosar's?
No.
You were not with him when he parked in the Rosar's parking lot?
No.
And you were not with him when he walked over to John Mast?
No.
And you were not with him when he shot him?
No.
And you have been married to him for over 40 years?
Yes.
And you love him?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Buckley, any redirect? I like that last
No question.
Okay, this witness sit down. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Mr. Buckley.
And I would ask a recess for the day. I have one more potential witness who would occur today, I might not have told you. So if we could recess for now, we'll call this.
Mr. Coleman.
That's absolutely fine with the state.
I do know that it is close to 4:30 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your time and attention today. We're going to excuse you for the day and ask you to be back so that we can start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I do need to give you this instruction during the course of this trial. You are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. With that, we wish you a pleasant evening, and we will see you tomorrow. All rise for the jury. All right, counsel. So, Mr. Bugby, it appears that you have possibly one of these.
Possible, and it's also possible I will not call that.
All right.
We're very close.
Understood. And I guess my point is, Mr. Coleman Smith, if you'll think about whether you intend to call any rebuttal witnesses.
Absolutely, yes. Completely considering that.
Sounds to me like in any event, we are going to be in a position where we can instruct the jury and argue tomorrow sometime. Is that a safe assumption?
I would expect if Mr. Bugby has either one witness or is done, that we probably would not be calling witnesses that would take up the whole day. So I think we would do.
All right, so I think for purposes of what we need to accomplish then, it sounds to me like we may or may not take some brief testimony in the morning, depending on how that develops. we do need to get together and talk about jury instructions. We need to finalize those. I have received the defense proposed instructions as well as the state's proposed instructions. Do either of you anticipate any changes to those proposed instructions?
I do not.
Okay. No, you're fine. Then let's plan. What will likely happen is we will need to excuse the jury for a few minutes while we do that. And we'll just plan to take care of that tomorrow morning when we get back. I should have the court's proposed instructions for you to take a look at sometime tomorrow morning. I'll endeavor to get copies of those ready. If we can meet in chambers at, let's say 8:30, so we can get started. Sounds good. All right. Other than that, I wish everybody good evening. See you tomorrow morning in chambers at 8:30.